An ongoing problem on Baltimore City streets impacting yet another resident. The latest incident involving a squeegee kid and why some believe leaders are doing nothing to stop the violence. And drivers, listen up. You could be paying some hefty tolls if you have an outstanding toll balance. The key dates in the coming weeks to avoid large fines.
After a wet Halloween, we will dry out nicely later today. We'll take a closer look at your first week of November forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Tuesday, November 1st. I'm Megan Gilland. Tough morning for parents after a late Halloween trick-or-treating. Let's see if we're going to have some sunshine to wake us up here this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us.
In a little while, we will.
Okay.
Still like 3 hours away, but we are going to see drier conditions today, Meg, and temperatures that are going to be warmer as well. We're going to sneak back into those lower 70s as we take you into the afternoon. Overall, it's going to be a very nice day today, but yeah, I know, a little weary-eyed here after all of the fun we had last night and that rain that was kind of with us through most of the evening. Temps are pretty mild, 59 in Cockeysville, Towson, and Baltimore City, 56 in Rosedale, 58 Essex and Middle River. So a foggy morning. We are clearing out nicely later today, and temperatures that will warm up as well, all part of our weather story. It is going to be just a little bit wet on the road, just some of that leftover moisture. You'll get some of that splashback, but we're not seeing any rain as we roll out of bed this morning. Upper 50s and lower 60s. Back with your full forecast in just a few. Meg?
All right, that sounds good. Justin, thank you. Looking at the roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network, and we're looking great in the green. 9 minutes, your longest commute, and that's from 95 to 83. Turning now to a city in crisis and an ongoing issue on city streets. We're talking about squeegee kids. Any day now, Baltimore City could reveal what to do next about squeegee kids. While the city waits for its leaders to do something, another incident takes place. Fox 45 News has learned on Saturday, just off of Interstate 83, a driver had his wallet taken by a squeegee kid, just steps from a police cruiser. The couple said they lost about $300 in cash. The victim is a physician coming from Baltimore County to the city for dinner. He wanted to hide his name, but spoke with us about what happened.
I gave him the $2. He must have seen, I didn't have a wad of cash, but I did have some cash in my billfold. And he saw it, and he says to me, "Hey, OJ, give me another 20. I said to him, no. I never thought that he would grab my wallet and run like a little punk.
Right now, the mayor continues to stand by his statements that the current laws banning this activity will not be enforced. Not the only ones being put at risk. Squeegee kids are too. Earlier this month, we reported about a 26-year-old man accused of shooting 2 squeegee kids. Court records show that he targeted his victims because he thought squeegee kids stole from his mother using a Cash App scam. These incidents are among the reasons that Ivan Bates, the city's likely next state's attorney, says squeegee kids cannot stay on the streets.
But they can't be there. It's not safe for the squeegee workers. It's not safe for the citizens. I've done the legal research from my standpoint, and I feel good about where we are. I don't necessarily view it as clearing the corners. I view it as enforcing the law.
Well, we want to know what you think. Will Mayor Brandon Scott pivot on squeegee kids? So far, 97% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Pulse tab to weigh in. And if you've had a violent interaction with a squeegee kid, we want to hear about it. You can submit your videos to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or send us an email at news@foxbaltimore.com. Well, looking ahead this morning, the days are numbered for anyone with outstanding video tolls to pay your balance without additional penalties.
We want to be really clear that this program is coming to a definitive end, and it'll actually end at exactly 11:59 p.m. on November 30th.
Fox 45's News' Amy Simpson has a closer look at what drivers need to know.
This does not impact drivers who use one of these Easy Pass transponders, but it applies to drivers who use Maryland's toll roads and bridges and wait for a bill in the mail. Just 1 month left for drivers to pay outstanding video tolls without facing a fine.
We're here today to remind our customers that it's their last call to pay their unpaid tolls by November 30th in order to receive a waiver of their civil penalty.
While tolls in Maryland are typically just a few bucks each unpaid video toll accrues a $25 penalty. And back in February, the Maryland Transportation Authority Board approved a customer assistance plan to help drivers get caught up. The plan doesn't waive or forgive the cost of using toll roads and bridges, but forgives the late fees that may have accrued for drivers, particularly after Maryland halted sending bills for these video tolls during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Maryland Transportation Authority says $86 million in penalties have been waived for about 558,000 drivers. But with just 1 month left, hundreds of thousands of drivers still need to pay up.
Back in August, we sent out Act Now letters to 1.3 million customers who had made no payments on their tolls to date since that program launched. That number now has grown to 1.7 million. So that's why we're here today, to make sure that these customers are aware.
1.7 million drivers without any payments on their tolls, translating to a pile of cash owed to the state of Maryland. State transportation officials say starting at exactly midnight December 1st. No more forgiveness on those late fees and fines. Balances will once again be sent to collections, and the Motor Vehicle Administration will also be made aware, putting your car's registration in jeopardy.
And we will resume collections activities and suspensions of registrations if they do not pay those tolls.
Now, we don't know how many of these drivers with unpaid tolls are from here in Maryland or maybe from surrounding states. MTA, meanwhile, says drivers can check their balances online at driveeasymd.com. Amy Simpson, Fox 45 News.
Amy, thank you. The fate of affirmative action in education lies in the hands of the Supreme Court. Coming up in 20 minutes, national correspondent Atra El-Nashar will join us with the argument from both sides. Plus, we are waking up with foggy conditions this morning. How long will it last? Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when that sunshine returns. It's 4:37 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Just about 4:40 on your Tuesday morning. Happy November, everyone. It is November 1st. A little wet on the roadways just from all of that rain we had yesterday and last night, but we're not seeing any rain right now. Some foggy conditions out there as you make your way out. Just be aware of that. Out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. Cool temps, mainly mid to upper 50s. Overall, not too bad. We're going to warm up later today, and we'll get more sunshine as well. We'll talk about that forecast in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Happening today, the man accused of violently attacking Paul Pelosi will be arraigned on state charges. He was federally charged with assault and attempted kidnapping yesterday. He is expected to face state charges of attempted murder and assault with a deadly weapon, among others. Police say David DePape broke into the Pelosi San Francisco home Friday, fracturing Paul Pelosi's skull with a hammer. Court documents reveal that the suspect said he wanted to hold House Speaker Nancy Pelosi hostage. She was in Washington. Paul Pelosi is still in the hospital. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is with him. He is expected to recover from his injuries.
Threats of harassment, intimidation, and violence. A look at concerns ahead of the elections and what's being done to keep you safe.
Plus, a dangerously low supply of diesel reserves has the nation on high alert. How this could impact the economy moving forward. Meantime, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jean Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, not just New York and D.C. dealing with illegal immigrants. There are new numbers out of Chicago, more than 3,000 arriving in the Windy City. And the former head of Border Protection will be here to discuss the expanding crisis in America. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is 4:44 in your Vote 2022 coverage this morning, a week away from the election, and the federal government is warning of a, quote, complex threat environment. While they say there has been no information about credible threats, election leaders and officers nationwide are on high alert. The National Desk's Dee Gatton has the story.
From coast to coast, election workers and voters are preparing for threats of violence and intimidation. Now, more than ever, experts say vigilance is needed. As some head to the polls, scenes like this are imprinted in memory.
You had the January 6th event. Now we're concerned that it may happen again.
Cybersecurity expert Dr. Scott White believes the attack on the U.S. Capitol was an act of domestic terrorism. He says that movement is still active throughout the U.S.
And I think one of the things that we deal with today is there's so much rhetoric, there's so much whether it be anti-government or anti-political party, or even anti-individual in the case of Chair Pelosi, that individual predominantly on the fringe, and many of them with mental health issues, may act out violently.
Recently, a top U.S. cybersecurity official warned of an environment involving everything from cyber threats to threats of harassment, intimidation, and violence. She said they're putting out warnings to make sure state and local election staff have what they need to protect their voting systems. Security is top of mind at the local level, according to Mecklenburg County Election Director Michael Dickerson.
We always talk about your safety and security. We've encouraged that this year a little bit more, so that people realize we're here to protect and we're here to keep you safe.
Recently, people who were armed and in tactical gear were seen outside a ballot drop box in Arizona. In Texas, there have been reports of intimidation of election workers. And in Wisconsin, reports of social media threats.
This is very disconcerting, and law enforcement has to move on it very quickly.
In some locations, we're told there will be plainclothes officers if anyone feels uncomfortable. Dr. White underscores the need for measures like this because as we hear of intimidation, he says people could become fearful and not vote. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Dee Gatton.
All right, Dee Dee, thank you. Here are some key dates to mark down on your calendar. November 8th is Election Day. Early voting is open now, and it runs through November 3rd, this Thursday. Mail-in ballot request forms must be received by today. And remember, same-day registration will be available on Election Day with proof of address. Coming up in our 5 o'clock hour, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live with more on that. 4:47 here this morning. We want to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. Off to a decent start, a little foggy. I've had 2 Kit Kats for breakfast, Justin. Ready for the third?
I got some Three Musketeers and Milk Duds over there if you want left over.
Keep it going.
We can do that around 5:30 or so, maybe?
That's smart. Space it out.
I think, yeah, exactly. Space it out a little bit. Yeah, we are a little bit foggy here this morning for some of us. We definitely all saw the rain last night. I know we were talking about it yesterday morning. It was just kind of that slow and steady rain, but lots of kids came by with the umbrellas and the ponchos on and still got plenty of candy, hopefully. 59 your temperature right now in Towson. No wind to speak of, but look at that dew point at 58 degrees. So I always talk about when those numbers are close together. That's typically when we have almost 100% humidity, which is why we've got some foggy spots out there. So reduced visibility is going to be a potential here this morning. The rain is all done. You can see it's all moving out of here. So no longer are we seeing showers. Some of those were left over through the overnight hours, but kind of the wider picture here shows us a drying trend as this moisture continues to push off toward the Atlantic. So here's a look at our rise and shine cast next couple of hours, keeping those numbers right there in the upper 50s with the cloudy skies. Sun's not up until 7:34 and will only be up until 6:06 tonight. And here's a look at your high temps. Think you're going to like these. We hit 67 yesterday. Typically lower 60s is how we kick off the month of November. We're going to see lower 70s across the board here. In fact, 73 in Baltimore City will be 10 degrees higher than our average this time of year. 68 in Stevensville, 71 your temp in Columbia. And notice those temperatures looking pretty good no matter where you go along the 95 corridor for New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. They had to postpone the game 3 of the World Series last night in Philly. So it'll be tonight, and they've got great weather going forward in Philly right here on Fox 45. You can watch that game for Astros and Phillies 8 o'clock tonight. All right, so here's our temperature tracker. And look at this. I mean, we're going to take a little bit of a dip on Thursday with the upper 60s, but overall, we stay above that red line. So that means above average temperatures for the foreseeable future. Also, really not tracking any rain. And we'll have the clouds hanging around this morning, but we do expect to see more sunshine by the afternoon, clearing out of here nicely as we head into Wednesday and Thursday. That ridge of high pressure will be pretty close to us, and that will continue to help to kind of flush out that moisture. By the time we head toward Friday, you'll get a little bit more cloud cover coming in from the south, but again, not tracking any rain, so we have a dry 7-day forecast and a nice temperature forecast as well. Check it out. Here we go. 73 today, lower 70s tomorrow, upper 60s on Thursday, and then we're actually going to slide into the mid 70s this weekend. And there's that clock, Meg, so don't forget to fall back Saturday night. We all get that extra hour of sleep.
Bittersweet, though. Then it's darker earlier.
Yeah, I know.
All right, let's take a look at the roads where it's pretty dark out there right now. Our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network pulled up here. We've got some wet roads, as Justin was mentioning out there. Very light traffic, though, right now. No major issues to report. Just give yourself some extra time with those wet conditions. Let's get a check on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. How's it going, Mark?
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Coming along pretty well out there on Light Rail Link. It's operating on time. No delays or issues. Metro Subway Link showing on-time service between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your Tuesday travels. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 401 and Penn Train 505, both running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time for the start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. Happening this morning, keep watching for your cue to call because you could win tickets to see Tina, the Tina Turner musical. It's happening at the Hippodrome. That show is happening on November 15th at 8 p.m. Caller number 1 will win. Your chance to call and win is coming up.
The Supreme Court set to decide the fate of affirmative action. I'm Atrell Nashar with each side's legal argument about considering race in college admissions.
Plus, we are looking ahead to Election Day exactly 1 week from today. The important things you need to know in the days leading up. It is 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It's 4:54, making headlines this morning. The Supreme Court is considering the constitutionality of schools weighing a student's race for admission. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has a closer look at the arguments about the future of affirmative action.
Two cases targeting affirmative action at Harvard and UNC Chapel Hill have been brought to the Supreme Court by the group Students for Fair Admissions, run by conservative activist Edward Bloom. Bloom's previously lost a case arguing race-conscious admissions harms white students. This time, his group argues it hurts Asian American students by favoring Black and Hispanic applicants. One complaint is they're being penalized by what's called a personal score rating,
which talks about, their personality, whether they're outgoing and have character and leadership qualities. And they're claiming that Asians are being scored lower on that rating than other racial groups.
Vice Dean of Rutgers Law School, Stacey Hawkins, says opponents of affirmative action have a clear strategy in targeting Harvard. In the late 70s, the court said the school's affirmative action didn't violate the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause.
Harvard was the one that was named as the model, and if we can strike down the Harvard plan, then obviously every plan falls as a consequence.
Lower courts have ruled in the school's favor as of now, pointing to Supreme Court precedent of criteria for considering an applicant's race.
The first is that they articulate some compelling interest. The second criterion is that they have to use race, right, no greater than necessary to achieve that interest, right? It has to be necessary.
Supporters of affirmative action hope the court looks at what's happened in states where it's banned. In the mid-1990s, California banned consideration of race and gender in public education. Soon after, the number of Black and Latino students at UC schools plunged. In an amicus brief supporting Harvard and UNC, the president and chancellors of the UC system write, quote, simple mathematics dictate that African American and Native American students will often be the only student of their race in their courses. Schools all over the country watching the pending decision closely from a court that lately hasn't shied away from overturning precedent. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
All right, Atra, thank you. On the path forward, Governor Larry Hogan says he has tested positive for COVID-19, tweeting this out just recently. Says he's working from home and that he is up to date on his booster, so his symptoms are mild. He encourages others to get their boosters as well. This is the second time the governor has tested positive for COVID. He had the virus back in December as well. So far, more than 700,000 people have received the second bivalent booster shot. That's a little bit more than 10% of the state's population. Most Marylanders who have received their first booster are eligible for this shot, but it's not yet available for children younger than 5. Nearly 90% of the state has gotten at least one dose. In your consumer news here this morning, diesel reserves are at dangerously low levels on the East Coast. That's according to one of the nation's largest suppliers, Mansfield Energy, issuing the alert, citing, quote, poor pipeline shipping economies, according to Fox News. Maryland is among the states that could be impacted by this. The report says reserves could run dry in less than a month. The shortage would impact key shipping supply chains, from trucks to rails, and boost prices if supply cannot meet demand.
Today marks exactly 1 week from Election Day in the state. Coming up, we are getting you ready. I will have the important dates and a deadline that is today.
Concerns over an uptick in convenience store robberies after a shooting at This Royal Farms. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have the latest details and reaction.
And temperatures are not too bad right now. We still have some wet conditions out there, but we're not seeing rain, and more sun on the way this afternoon. Going to break it all down for you coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, November 1st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. A new month and a little bit of that sugary hair of the dog that bit you, right?
Yeah.
This morning after all that candy?
Little of that. I didn't have any last night. Trick-or-treating wasn't fun in the rain.
No, it's not a fun night. But somebody had a lot of fun and had hundreds of kids show up at their house.
Ooh, is that meteorologist Justin Chambers?
Not hundreds, but like 163.
Oh, sorry, you're right.
It was a lot. Yeah, no, we had a great
Tens
time last night. I know, even with the rain, despite the rain, the kids were out there. We had a lot of fun as well. And hopefully you're ready for a brand new month. Here we go. This is awesome because Thanksgiving is coming up now in just a couple of weeks. I'm very excited about that. Our Towson camera is still with that rain that we had from yesterday. The roads are wet and we've got some foggy conditions, but rain is not falling right now. Check out these numbers too, upper 50s and even lower 60s at this hour. So it is mild this morning. On your morning drive, again, just watch for some of that patchy fog as you make your way out over the next couple of hours. Temperatures staying mainly in the 50s, and we're on our way to the lower 70s for the afternoon. Those numbers are going to be some 10 degrees above average later today. Closer look at that forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, thank you, Justin. Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. We're exactly a week away from Election Day, and candidates working nonstop to gain your vote.
There are also important dates that you need to be aware of to make sure that you are able to cast your ballot.
Now, we have team coverage this morning. In 20 minutes, Mackenzie Frost sits down with Republican candidate for a Baltimore County executive, Pat McDonough.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She's joining us live with the important things that you need to know heading into Election Day. Shannon.
Yeah, you don't want to miss it, Patrice. Today marks the deadline to request your mail-in ballot for the 2022 general election. And that means if you can't make it to the polls on Election Day, all you have to do is send it in. So if that's something that you're interested in, we do want to pull up some information right here on your screen for how you can do that. According to the Maryland State Board of Elections, you can request your mail-in ballot by submitting an online or paper application by mail or at your local Board of Elections office. And if you'd like to receive a mail-in ballot for all future elections, you can also sign up for the permanent mail-in ballot list when you request one. Now, if you do want to receive your ballot via the internet, your deadline to request that ballot is November 4th. Remember, though, if you are casting your ballot by mail, it must be postmarked by Election Day, which is Tuesday, November 8th. And if you're wanting to vote early, you still have time to do that now until Thursday, November 3rd. And early voting centers are open up pretty much all day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And remember, same-day voter registration is available to you if you do need it. You just have to remember to bring the appropriate documentation when you do head out to the polls.
All right, so Shannon, if people want to register at an early voting center, what do they need to bring with them?
So a few different documentations will work, Patrice. We want to pull up a list of what you can bring right here. So you can bring your driver's license. That'll work. An ID card or a change of address card. That'll work, just to name a few, but we have them listed all right there. The big takeaway here, though, is that this is all really very simple and your voice matters. So get out there and vote. Report.
Well, the Democratic candidate for Maryland's governor already cast his ballot. Here's Wes Moore voting in West Baltimore, though he had his wife and daughter joining him, too. We're working to find out when the Republican candidate Dan Cox will cast his ballot.
Now be sure to check out the Fox 45 News voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election. You can point your phone's camera right at the QR code on the screen there. It will take you there, or you can just go to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. Turning now to a city in crisis as we approach Election Day in a week. Crime remains a main topic on the minds of voters.
Yeah, a man was shot by a security guard outside Royal Farms in southwest Baltimore, and he is in critical condition. He's fighting for his life. The incident shedding light on a disturbing trend. Now, Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from that Royal Farms with what could be fueling this violence. Olivia.
Yeah, good morning, Tom and Patrice. And I want to show you, you can actually see that there is still some police crime scene tape here. And on Sunday morning, witnesses say that the security guard at this Royal Farms was the shooter and was trying to stop a thief. But this is now the second time in less than 2 weeks that a security guard has been involved in a shooting. The 26-year-old man who the guard shot is still in grave condition. And on October 21st, police say a guard shot a suspected shoplifter in the face after the victim attempted to stab the guard with a syringe. That incident, on top of Sunday's shooting, is causing concern among city residents.
Puts me on edge. Of course, it makes you feel uneasy. Everybody seems apt to violence, and it's getting progressively worse.
At a meeting last week, Baltimore police touted progress they have made following a severe crime surge this summer, applauding the efforts that brought down robberies. But a closer look at the data shows there have been a 73% increase in convenience store robberies. This time last year, there were 202 convenience store robberies, and this year they've been sent to 350. But when Fox 45 News tried to question the commissioner on this, we were denied.
Questions, we'll be happy to respond to you in writing and get you all the answers to all your questions. Thank you.
And Fox 45 News followed up with the department to ask how they plan to address the increase in convenience store crime. We've yet to hear back. We also asked police for their report from the shooting at this Royal Farms, and they tell us that it's still being drafted. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
A similar shooting happened 11 days ago at a CVS in Harbor East. You can go to foxbaltimore.com to see our reporting on that and how members of the community there are also on edge, going out to just run errands.
Another crime Fox 45 is keeping an eye on: car thefts. A car is stolen every 49 minutes in Maryland. That's a statistic from the Maryland Vehicle Theft Prevention Council. In 2020, the council says nearly 10,700 cars were stolen across the state. That's down from more than 11,000 thefts in 2019. And while this group says car thefts in Maryland are down more than 70% in the last 30 years, some of the current data on auto thefts in our region may surprise you. Now, in Howard County, police data shows 36 vehicle thefts reported just last month. That's in September. And then at least 37 vehicles reported stolen so far in October. Now, in nearby Baltimore County, a jurisdiction more than twice the size of Howard County, police say there were 136 vehicles reported stolen in September and at least 117 vehicles reported stolen in October. Here in Baltimore City, Baltimore police say 335 cars were reported stolen in September, 339 were reported stolen in October. We've also asked Anne Arundel County Police for statistics on recent auto thefts. Right now, we're still waiting to hear back.
5:06 now. Today, the man accused of brutally attacking House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband is expected to be arraigned on state charges.
Megan Gillen from our live center this morning with the charges that he's now facing. Megan.
That's right. David DePape, that you see right here behind me, guys, now facing attempted murder, assault, attempted kidnapping. He was federally charged yesterday, again facing state charges here today. Police say the 42-year-old broke into the Pelosi San Francisco home with a hammer around 2 a.m. last Friday, fracturing Paul Pelosi's skull, yelling, "Where's Nancy?" Paul was reportedly able to call police after saying that he needed to go to the bathroom.
It is really disturbing for people who are serving our government, our cities, our counties, our states, our nation, have to put up with this nonsense.
Authorities believe the attack was well planned. According to police, DePape had a list of other people to target this morning. We're hearing from San Francisco's district attorney calling the attack extremely disturbing and politically motivated.
We have to decide that we are going to be more respectful as an American society, that it's okay to disagree, but it certainly is something that has unnerved us all.
DePape is an illegal immigrant. He's from Canada, who police say had zip ties, rope, and gloves in his possession when he was arrested. Again, he's expected to be arraigned on state charges this afternoon. That's the latest from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Some changes coming to Baltimore City schools, raising concerns about transparency. Next, what school leaders are limiting in each meeting.
We're starting off with some wet roads, but not because of the rain, just that leftover rain and some foggy conditions as well. We'll take a closer look at the improving forecast coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:10 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Happy Tuesday as we look out over downtown Baltimore. Yeah, a little foggy this morning. Just that leftover moisture from all of the rain that we had yesterday and last night for Halloween. Temperatures, though, are very mild. Look at that. Statewide, we're mainly in the mid to upper 50s along the Chesapeake, even 61 in Westminster this morning. So as you get out the door here in the next couple of hours, get ready to get on the road. Just know that it is going to be a little foggy, so take a little extra time. Mr. Bodo says we are good to go. Numbers in the mid to upper 50s over the next couple of hours. Patrice?
All right, 5:11 now. An education alert this morning. Baltimore City School Board will partially open its meetings to the public for the first time in 2 years. The rest, though, will have to continue joining via live stream.
Yeah, now beginning with the November 9th meeting, 5 seats in the gallery will be open to the general public on first-come basis. That's 5 seats. 15 others reserved for recognized groups or those selected for public comment in person. Up to 10 public comments will be selected either in person, via email, or video testimony.
The Ravens make a last-minute trade ahead of today's deadline. Still ahead, the pro that will be heading to Baltimore.
But first, you're simply the best. How you can win tickets to see Tina, the Tina Turner musical live. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .514 on this Tuesday morning and happening this morning. Keep watching for your cue to call in and win tickets to see Tina, the Tina Turner musical, right at the Hippodrome.
That show is happening November 15th at 8 p.m. Caller number 1 will win. Your chance to call and win is coming up. Not quite yet. The Ravens make a major trade to shore up their defense a day before today's trade deadline.
Yeah, Baltimore traded for Chicago Bears linebacker Roquan Smith, and Chicago and the two-time All-Pro failed to reach an agreement on a long-term contract extension in the offseason. Now, the lack of contract never slowed Smith, though. He leads the NFL in tackles. The Ravens sending their 2nd and 5th round picks in next year's draft to Chicago, along with linebacker A.J. Klein. Smith is in his last year of contract, so we'll have to see if he stays here in Baltimore beyond this season.
Well, it's 5:15 now. We need to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
1.2 billion. Yeah. So nobody hit.
Nobody hit the actual
No,
the big
and then
pot,
the power
but
play was 3, but Jess didn't do the power play on it. So we got a Powerball number, but we only won $4. So
wait a minute, you won 12 yesterday and then 4 today?
Yeah.
You're racking
But
it up.
This is house money.
Better than most.
This is house money because the 12 that I won, that's what we used to buy this.
Got you.
So there we go. So that's 2 more tickets. So, all right. $1.2 billion.
I have no idea how this works.
Here's my,
He
I don't know
knows
where
all
my
the
clicker
ins and
is.
outs.
Did you lose your clicker?
Oh, it's right here. I got it. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. It is November 1st, and we are taking a look outside right now from our Towson camera. Now, we do have some foggy conditions out there. Just be aware of that, not only probably in your eyes because you didn't get a lot of sleep last night. A lot of parents weary-eyed from all of that Halloween action last night. 58 your temp right now in Towson. And again, the fog is because we had all of that rain. But it's not raining anymore. Just have to deal with some patchy fog in certain spots. You can actually see that here on our HD radar. All of that rain is well to the east of us, but it did rain overnight while a lot of us were sleeping. So you're going to have to deal with wet roads as you make your way out. Here's a look at that HD radar drying out nicely as we take you into the next couple of hours. So as the kids get back to school this morning, beep, beep at the bus stop, maybe a light jacket, but temps are not too bad. Upper 50s here through 7 a.m., lower 70s for noontime and recess. And all those practices and activities this afternoon, we're talking about numbers into the lower 70s. It will be sunnier today as well. The average this time of year is 63. So across the board, Carroll and Baltimore counties in the upper 60s and lower 70s is where we will end up this afternoon. 72 in Dundalk, 71 in Perry Hall and White Marsh. Numbers for Howard and Anne Arundel counties, even lower 70s for you too. Columbia and Elk Ridge over to Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Good morning to you. Severna Park, Annapolis at 71 this afternoon. Even in the Eastern Shore, we'll see some upper 60s and lower 70s once these clouds clear out of here, and we'll see more of that sun on the way for the afternoon. This is what's going on with our future scan. So again, we have that system that is now going to be exiting stage right. We'll have more of the sunshine later today, especially tomorrow and Thursday. More of a northerly flow along that ridge of high pressure. A couple of degrees cooler later this week, but overall, these numbers are still staying well above average for this time of year. All right, so Halloween is done. I don't know if you consider a holiday, but maybe the time change is a holiday this season because we get that extra hour of sleep. But 5 days away from right now. We're just 10 days out from Veterans Day, 22 days until my birthday, 23 days until Thanksgiving, and 54 days until Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree is doing her thing. Here's that 7-day forecast. There's that clock right there. Check out these numbers, guys. 70s for the next couple of days, upper 60s on Thursday, then mid 70s for the first weekend of November. Tom, not too bad. Fells Fest, going to be real nice weather for that going on this weekend.
Oh, perfect. I mean, great week ahead here. Yeah, thank you. And great on the roads. Taking a look at your Len Stoller Traffic Network cameras. The only thing that we need to talk about is still wide open roads around the Baltimore region, but Greenmont and North Avenue, that sinkhole, they still have that shut down for a couple blocks because of the sinkhole that happened a couple months ago. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. What's your favorite Halloween candy there, Mark?
I love Reese Cups. They're my favorite.
Yeah, we don't have any of those left over. Nobody brought those in, but we brought everything else in.
Oh, okay. Well, what's your favorite?
I'm a Three Musketeers fan. Oh, yeah.
Three Musketeers. They're good, too. They sure are. Well, Tom, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 and Camden Train 841 both running with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Out there on Light Rail Link, expect about a 10 to 15-minute delay in your travels. Allow time for travel there. The Upton station on Metro Subway Link remains closed due to flooding, and not related to that, expect about a 10-minute delay on Metro Subway Link on the rest of the service out there. Shuttle buses, by the way, remain in place there for that Upton station closure. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thank you, Mark. All eyes on the candidates vying for your vote. Coming up, we introduce you to one candidate looking to be the next Baltimore County executive.
Concerns over the safety of children after a violent weekend in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear what community members are calling for.
5:22 as Election Day approaches, Fox 45 News is helping you go beyond the podium with the candidates who are vying for your vote.
Mackenzie Frost sat down with Republican Pat McDonough, who's running to unseat incumbent Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski.
Pat McDonough, thanks so much for joining us.
Pleasure to be here. Well, when I ran 4 years ago, I predicted Olszewski would be a disaster, and I became a modern-day Nostradamus. He is a disaster. If you're a senior, you're concerned about the crime and the decline in the quality of life in your neighborhoods. If you're a young person, 50,000 parents in Baltimore County, you're concerned about the education your children are not receiving and the violence they are receiving. So people hold that against the top guy.
Are you ready to take on that role and assume that responsibility if elected?
Well, I know how to run the county. I know how to work with the legislature. The earth will shake. There's going to be a seismic change in Baltimore County, and we're ready to go on day one.
How do you plan to handle the crime?
Well, I have the right, number one, to replace the police chief, and she will be going as soon as possible.
Why do you think that will help?
Well, it'll help the morale of the police department, where we're losing officers every week. They don't like her. They don't like her management style. They believe she's soft on crime and hard on cops. We're going to be a law and order community, no squeegees, no dirt bikes, no riots in malls without consequences, new police chief.
You'll be competing with Baltimore City, too, because we know that Baltimore City has, their police department is understaffed. How will you make working in Baltimore County more attractive?
Nobody wants to work in Baltimore City. If you're a police officer, you don't want to work in Baltimore City. You got to be nuts.
Is school safety a concern for you and what you're hearing from potential voters?
As county executive, we're going to change things immediately. Number one, we're going to pass a Parents' Bill of Rights. Number two, we're going to create the Office of Education Advocate who will enforce the Parents' Bill of Rights. Number three, we're going to pass a Curriculum Act. County executives often lie to people and say, well, I have no authority with the school system. It's up to the superintendent. Well, I'm going to be the new superintendent. I'm going to be the co-superintendent. I control the budget. I have a lot of power. We're going to take the business community and the economic development and the best and brightest to make Baltimore County a better place to live.
You don't see working with the city as a priority?
No, not at all. No. What is the city going to do for us? It's all about my county. I will work with the city when it benefits my county.
You were charged with a misdemeanor. It was later dropped. Can people trust you to get a handle on it?
Well, first of all, it was a misdemeanor involving a $2 sign, and it was dismissed because it was nonsense, okay? And the state's attorney knew it.
What would a McDonough administration look like in Baltimore County, and how would it be different?
Well, first of all, it will be a very reformed administration. My first 6 months, I'm going to work in bib overalls with a tool belt. I have to fix so much stuff in the first 6 months to get this county moving in the right direction.
Pat McDonough, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck.
Thank you.
Mackenzie Frost also sat down with Democrat Johnny Olszewski. That interview airs later this week. We will also be speaking with the county executive this morning. That comes up at 7:15.
Well, as the midterm election grows closer, the Department of Homeland Security's top cyber official says they are on alert.
It is a very complex threat environment. You have cyber threats, you have insider threats, you have rampant disinformation, and yes, very worryingly, you have threats of harassment, intimidation, and violence against election officials, polling places, and voters.
This after DHS, alongside the FBI, warned last Friday candidates, election officials, and voters face a risk of violence.
Be sure to check out the Fox 45 News voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election. Point your phone's camera at the QR code to take you straight there, or you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/vote2022.
An aide to City Council President Nick Mosby is pleading guilty to having a loaded handgun in her car. Coming up, what we know about the case and if she's still employed with the city.
Drivers with unpaid toll fees, consider this your final warning. The looming deadline that'll cost you if you miss it. We'll share that coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Our team of reporters following 4 big stories for you this half hour.
Yeah, crime and violence among our youngest, prompting calls for change from worried parents. Olivia Dance is looking into this alarming trend.
An update in the case against Nick Mosby's aide. Shannon Lilly will join us with the charges the aide could face in the weeks to come.
And the Federal Reserve kicking off a 2-day meeting starting this morning. Megan Gillen is in our live center with the factors going into that.
Plus, Maryland drivers could be paying some hefty fees by the end of the month. Taylor Stewart lets us know the key dates in the coming weeks. Welcome back to all of you on this Tuesday morning. It is the first day of November. Year moving right along. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. As we're moving into the cooler temperatures expected, not happening this week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at warmer temperatures, right?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like, oh, it's supposed to be cooler. Mother Nature's like, hold my beer. We're still going to be warm. We're talking about numbers in the lower 70s for the afternoon, guys. We got to 67 yesterday, even though we had all that cloud cover, but we are expecting a lot more sunshine for today. As we look out over the Inner Harbor, the foggy conditions are out there this morning, and that's what it looks like as you make your way out. Still a couple of hours before that sun coming up. It'll take a little while for those clouds to burn off, but temperatures are mild. Mid to upper 50s, Rosedale, Essex out through Middle River, 58 in Dundalk. We're at 61 in Elk Ridge, and you're at 60 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. We'll keep those upper 50s and lower 60s through the morning commute. Again, watch for some patchy fog, especially before the sun comes up, about 2 hours away from right now. But how about 73 today, lower 70s tomorrow, a little cooler Thursday, but still staying above average. We'll take another look at what we can expect with that forecast, including the weekend forecast. That's coming up in just a few. Back to you guys.
5:31 now. We start this half hour in a city in crisis. Concerns about the safety of children in Baltimore are growing after a particularly violent weekend.
Yeah, 3 people were killed over the weekend, 7 others shot. 3 of those victims were teenagers, all of them shot within hours of each other Sunday.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from Southwest Baltimore with a closer look at what caused the violence and the growing concern from city residents. Olivia.
Yeah, good morning, and that's exactly right. On Sunday, 3 teens were shot in separate shootings. One of the victims is a 16-year-old boy, and he was shot in the head. So far, though, no arrests have been made, and the 16-year-old boy was shot in the Penn Lucy neighborhood, which is in North Baltimore. And Fox 45 News spoke to a neighbor about the issue of teen violence. She said she wanted to remain anonymous out of fear of retaliation. Take a listen.
I think the parents need to get involved. It's beyond the city council and the mayor. Like, we have to be responsible for our own children.
According to Baltimore police, so far this year, there have been 16 victims of homicides ages 17 and younger. There have also been 54 victims, 17 and younger, who were shot but survived.
We need tougher penalties. We need serious action. We need people to be held responsible for their actions. We need consequences to be made.
Pastor Darren Farmer wants those responsible for crime to be held accountable. And all of the shootings among teens is a tragic reminder for one Baltimore woman who is a family friend of 14-year-old Travis Slaughter, who was shot and killed in Pikesville last month.
I think that the youth should be educated more, and there should be more programs, and people need to get involved. And you know, I know it sounds crazy. I'm very passionate about this because it's sad, because we're losing our young people at an alarming rate.
Now, Baltimore County Police have arrested a 17-year-old suspect in Slaughter's murder, but as of this morning, again, there have been no arrests made in this weekend's teen shootings. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Continuing coverage this morning, an aide to Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby is pleading guilty to having a loaded handgun in her vehicle.
And Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the latest in this case. Shannon?
Well, right now we know, Tom, that aide to Nick Mosby is receiving probation before judgment for those misdemeanor handgun charges. And that essentially means that her conviction can be cleared if she does complete 1 year of unsupervised probation. But let's take you back to June when this all started. Jay Johnson, right here on your screen, was arrested in Baltimore County after court documents show that she was found with a loaded handgun and marijuana in her car. Now, she retained prominent defense attorney Warren Brown. And at the time, Brown told us in terms of doing a story on the criminal justice system that she is, quote, a minnow in a sea of whales, and that he was confident that she would not have to serve any jail time. Well,
I feel like whenever it gets like
office on September 7th, 2021, with an annual salary of $51,000, according to the city's Department of Human Resources. We questioned the city council president several times about whether Johnson continued to work in his office following her arrest, but he ignored our questions. We did find Johnson was still on the payroll. And just last night, we reached back out to Nick Mosby's office once again to find out if she is still employed with the city. We have not heard back. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Nick Mosby's wife, Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, is set to start making $1,000 monthly payments to the court after she received financial assistance for her defense. According to newly released documents, Mosby received a loan from the court in July to help pay for expert witnesses. At the time, she said she could pay for part of the cost of those witnesses. The amount of funding she received has not been disclosed. Her payments will begin November 30th.
The Federal Reserve kicking off its two-day meeting this morning.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what this could mean for you. Megan.
Guys, we are taking you live to a very foggy live look over our nation's capital here this morning. But what's happening here today as we close this and bring this up? We know that the Fed is expected to meet this morning. It's expected to end tomorrow with yet another interest rate hike to try and help get inflation in check here. But here's the deal. They still have a little more data to consider today, starting with the job openings and the labor turnover survey. That's at 10 o'clock this morning. If you remember, last month we saw the number of open jobs plunge by 10% to just over 10 million available positions. That's still more than one open job for every unemployed worker, but a sign that employers are starting to cut back on hiring and either consolidating some positions or simply taking open jobs off the market. We'll also be looking to see what the report says about layoffs and the number of people who are quitting their jobs. Also going to get a report later today on construction spending, which is expected to show another month of declines, especially as mortgage rates rise and new home construction pulls back. We're going to keep you posted as today's numbers drop and the Federal Reserve's meeting gets underway. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
All right, thank you, Megan. Your toll bill could be adding up, and you may have no idea. The key dates in the coming weeks to avoid large fines.
Plus, a foggy start to the morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will be letting us know if we clear up this afternoon. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:40 is your time right now. We're 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock. We got some foggy conditions out there. Looking out over the inner harbor, leftover moisture from the rain that we saw yesterday. Dense fog advisories for the D.C. area. So you can see that for D.C., PG County, Montgomery County as well. This goes until 10 o'clock this morning. So if you're heading south on 95 or 295, you're going to be running into some of that fog. Megan's been taking those live shots in the Capitol, and that dense fog advisory definitely in effect. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. A yellow light there on your morning drive. If you encounter some of that fog, just make sure to take it slow.
5:40. The days are numbered for anyone with outstanding video tolls to pay your balance without additional penalties.
Yeah, in just under a month, Maryland drivers could see a hefty bill for unpaid fees.
Taylor Stewart joins us live with the message from Maryland transportation leaders. Taylor?
Yeah, that's right. If you drive along any of Maryland's toll roads or bridges and do not have an easy pass, consider this your final warning. You've got 1 month to get all caught up on those fees, or it could hit you where it hurts your wallet this holiday season. Now, toll roads here in Maryland aren't really expensive. It's just a few bucks every time you go past. But those taped toll roads, when you pass those on video, $25 a penalty there accrues. Now, if you're a driver who waits for a bill in the mail, this directly impacts you. Recall back in February, the Maryland Transportation Authority approved a customer assistance plan. It was their way of offering drivers a way to catch up on unpaid tolls after millions of folks lagged behind during the pandemic. The state then stopped sending out bills. Well, they waived late fees, but since that program ends on December 1st, they say they've got hundreds of thousands of drivers who've yet to catch up.
Back in August, we sent out Act Now letters to 1.3 million customers who had made no payments on their tolls to date since that program launched. That number now has grown to 1.7 million. So that's why we're here today, to make sure that these customers are aware.
Okay, you heard it there, 1.7 million. Now, state transportation officials say starting exactly on midnight, December 1st, no more forgiveness on those late fees and fines. Balances will once again be sent to collections. And the Motor Vehicle Administration will also be making sure your car's registration could be in jeopardy. They're really taking this seriously, guys. So keep in mind, they've already waived nearly over $500,000 fines, $500 million in fines. But with 1.7 million drivers still out here, they're going to collect those fees. You've got 1 month to get that under control. For now, we're live, Fox 45 in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart.
What do you do if you're not sure if you have an outstanding balance and you want to do it, take care of it before the deadline?
Are we clear?
Fox 45 News waits to hear when the mayor could release results of the Squeegee Collaborative. Just ahead, the crime that's still happening as we wait.
Plus, we're looking ahead to Election Day exactly 1 week from today. The important things you need to know in the days leading up. 5:43 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:46, just like that, Halloween 2022 has come to an end. And you might want to think twice before you throw your decorative Halloween jack-o'-lanterns in the trash.
There's actually a better place for them than the local landfill. Environmentalists recommend composting your pumpkins in your gardens or donating them to community gardens, farms, or even a zoo. Or you can simply leave them outside as a welcome snack for backyard wildlife. Now, even if the pumpkin has already gotten moldy, it's not a concern. Those microorganisms help the composting process.
Well, people and animals celebrated the spooky day. Almost 100 pups and cats gathered to compete in a fierce battle for the best Halloween costume. This is in Lima. The furry contestants arrived at the event wearing all kinds of costumes. There was a Batman cat, a witch, a chihuahua, a charismatic pit bull dressed as a bee, even that pug right there dressed as Chucky. Not so scary, though. The winner was a dog named Mimi.
Well, at the White House, trick-or-treaters getting a presidential welcome as they host children of first responders for a Halloween celebration on the South Lawn. President Joe Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, handing out candy to children of firefighters, nurses, police officers, and members of the National Guard. Ghouls, colorful creatures, princesses lining up to show off their costumes, parents joining in on the Halloween fun, some stopping for a quick selfie.
Well, many of you sharing how you celebrated Halloween a little closer to home here. On the bottom there, Gary sent us this picture of Aaliyah all dressed up as Blue from Rainbow Friends. Then we've got another picture. Elisa sent us this picture of Rylan and Ethan dressed up in their costumes for trick-or-treating. And then we have Dewan who sent in this picture. This is Jaden dressed up as Black Panther.
Action shot there, too. Yeah, we want to see how you celebrated Halloween this year. You can send in your decorations, your costumes, or how much candy, that candy pile, if you took a picture of that. And also share your stunning pictures of all the fall foliage. Just send us your photos and your videos. You may see them on air and online. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
All right, it's 5:48. We need to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, see how his Halloween went.
Well, yeah, you know, we talked about the candy bowl. We brought this last year, and so it's pretty sad. There's not a lot left, you know?
I told you I would bring some in from my daughter. I give her a day or two, and then the candy sits there. She doesn't really eat it, thankfully, so I'll bring it in. I'll bring it in next week.
Milk duds? It's disgusting. Whoppers? She likes Whoppers over here. Tom, Three Musketeers.
Yeah, man.
Have them all, buddy. They're all in here. Yeah, not a lot of good candy left.
Is that what you brought in?
Yeah, that's what I brought in.
Oh, thanks.
My wife and I, we raked through it, and we made sure we saved a few of the ones that we would like, and then we brought the rest in for everybody else. So there you go. Hey, I brought candy in, so there's that. All right, our downtown camera, good morning to you. Look at the stadiums all lit up nicely here. The Ravens back home in 19 days. That's right, November 20th is their next home game at M&T Bank Stadium. And we know the O's will be back in April of next year, getting back after it. 58 is your temperature right now at BWI, that dew point at 57. So when those numbers are close, look at that humidity at 97%. That's why we've got some foggy conditions out there. Dense fog advisories to the south. So if you are heading to D.C. this morning, you're going to run right into that fog. A little extra time is needed on the roads. Just be extra careful, especially before the sun comes up, which isn't until 7:34 this morning. Upper 50s and lower 60s here for the next couple of hours in your Rise and Shinecast. And golfers, you want to get back out there today? Why not? We're talking about temperatures right about 70 in the noon hour and into those lower 70s by 2 and 3 o'clock this afternoon. Check out these numbers. Some of these numbers are going to be about 10 degrees above average for this time of year. 63 is our average. Most of us will be in the lower 70s with, again, a little bit more sunshine later today. And throughout most of the eastern half of the U.S., look at all those mild temperatures. It is cold out west. Only 40s in Seattle and Portland. Salt Lake City at 65. It's 71 in Denver today, but they're going to get some snow in the mountains over the next couple of days. So they've got a big winter-like storm coming in to that part of the country. Nothing like that for us here. In fact, we stay dry over the the next 7 days, and temps stay well above average. 73 today, 71 tomorrow, upper 60s on Thursday, then back to the low and mid 70s as we head into this first weekend of the brand new month. And don't forget about that time change as well. All right, let's check in with Mass Transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got train 407 on the Penn line and Camden 843, both ready about 5 minutes late. The other trains on MARC are on time for travel. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, expect about a 10 to 15 minute delay in your travels there. Certainly allow time for travel on Light Rail Link. Out there on Metro Subway Link, a 10-minute delay. And not related to that, the Upton station remains closed due to flooding. Shuttle buses remain in place to and from Upton. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
President Biden mostly steering clear of tight races as Democrats look elsewhere for heavy hitters to help them across the finish line. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington.
.554 into your Vote 2022 coverage. President Joe Biden staying out of the spotlight in the week leading up to the election as Democrats fight to hold on to their majorities in Congress.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has more on his plans 1 week from Election Day.
As the midterms draw closer, Democrats pushing further away from President Biden. Those locked in competitive races turning to former President Barack Obama to help them cross the finish line.
I need you to get off your couch and vote.
Biden's only campaign rally this week for a Democrat in a tight race, a joint appearance with his former boss in Pennsylvania. With approval ratings near the lowest of his presidency, Biden appearing out of step with Americans on top issues like the economy, inflation, and crime.
He tends to emphasize abortion, gun control, voting rights. He says the economy is good, but he doesn't really discuss inflation at all. He really looks like he's one of his own worst enemies.
Biden's messaging on Twitter also missing the mark. A recent tweet from the president claims 55 corporations made $40 billion, but paid zero in federal taxes, something his Inflation Reduction Act put an end to. The tech company adding a fact check to clarify only 14 corporations would be eligible, not 55. Twitter users quick to pile on. The president's gaffes, often painful to watch, are not helping Democrats either, like when he forgot the number of states in the U.S.
We went to 54 states.
His stammering and stuttering and unsureness and contradictions, I think that all hurts his image.
As Americans grapple with the worst inflation in 4 decades, some argue Democrats' problems go further than messaging missteps, pointing to policy as the real reason the party is losing steam in the run-up to the midterms. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
5:56 now, and in your consumer news this morning, diesel reserves are at dangerously low levels on the East Coast. That's according to one of the nation's largest suppliers. Mansfield Energy issued the alert, citing, quote, poor pipeline shipping economies. That's according to Fox News. Maryland is among the states that could be affected. The report says reserves could run dry in less than a month. The shortage would affect key shipping supply chains from trucks to rails and boost prices if supply can't meet demand.
President Joe Biden calling out energy companies for reaping record profits while consumers struggle with high prices at the pump. Now, he vowed to work with Congress when they come back to impose higher taxes or restrictions if the oil industry doesn't help offset the lower gas prices. Last week, Exxon posted record-setting profits, and Chevron doubled what it made the year before. The business doing very well for them, and they're reinvesting in themselves. Biden calling it a windfall, though, of war.
It's time for these companies to stop war profiteering, meet their responsibilities to this country, and give the American people a break and still do very well. The American people are going to judge who's standing with them and who is only looking out for their own bottom line.
Oil industry groups say adding more taxes would backfire and further drive up energy costs for American families. Oil executives say they have to compete globally and do not set the prices.
About 7,000 Instagram users reported issues accessing the social media platform. That's according to outage tracking site Down Detector. But that number of reports dipped noticeably less than an hour later. This was all yesterday morning. Instagram confirmed in a tweet that it was looking into the issue and apologized for the inconvenience.
Well, Subway, the restaurant, understands that being sandwiched in the middle seat when you're flying isn't an ideal travel situation. So for National Sandwich Day, it is offering free subs for those stuck in the so-called sandwich seat. Now, Thursday, travelers can upload a photo of themselves in the middle seat for a chance to win a free footlong. The submission site is only open for the one day. The restaurant is planning to give away 10,000 gift cards for free footlongs.
Concerns over an uptick in convenience store robberies after a shooting at This Royal Farms. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have the latest details and reaction.
Today marks exactly 1 week until Election Day, and coming up, we are getting you ready. I'll have the important dates and a deadline. That's today.
Fog is starting to lift as we speak, and we've got more sun on the way later today, plus temperatures that will be warmer. Going to break it all down for you on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
You're taking a live look over Philadelphia. Game 3 of the World Series taking place tonight at 8:03 on Fox 45.
Yeah, they were read October. Now what are they going to do for November as they're playing? Look at that. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. Straight there. Programming note, the entire World Series schedule shifts back a day. So look at the new schedule. Just a reminder, Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune will air after our newscast that follows the game instead of their usual time slots.
Well, good morning to all of you on this Tuesday. It is November 1st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. All right, so the candy's kind of gone. Now you start smelling turkey.
Oh,
yeah. See?
I'm ready. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Even beyond the turkey, I'm already ahead to the
Christmas festivities?
turkey. Yeah.
Just hopping right over. That's all right. It's all good. Yeah, everybody doing their thing for now that we're done with Halloween, moving on. Yeah, by the way, Jeopardy, those Tournament of Champions actually starts this week. So you'll have to watch that on DVR or after the games here and after the newscast tonight. Here's a look at our live cam, our downtown Baltimore shot, where you can see those clouds lifting just a little bit. Still some foggy spots out there. Pilots, a lot of LIFR, so you're seeing those purple dots on your maps. 58 your number in Owens Mills and Cockeysville, 59 in Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 57 right now. Morning drive, Mr. Bo says, take it slow because we do have some of the foggy spots. And again, the sun not up for another hour and a half. So it will be dark and foggy here as you get out over the next couple of hours. But how about that number today? 73. That's Sheldon's favorite number, by the way, from Big Bang Theory. So temperatures will be above average for this time of year. Coming up in a few minutes, I will take you all the way into the weekend, the first weekend of November, and find out just how nice these conditions will be. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and our cameras on the highways throughout our region, looking good. People up and out and moving along without issue.
6:01 and turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. We're exactly a week away from Election Day. Candidates making their final push to gain your vote.
There are also some important dates that you need to be aware of to make sure that you're able to cast your ballot.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the important things you need to know heading into Election Day. Shannon.
Yeah, you don't want to miss it, Tom. Today marks the deadline to request your mail-in ballot for the 2022 general election. And that means if you can't make it to the polls on Election Day, all you have to do is send in that ballot. So if that's something that you're interested in, we want to pull up some information right here on your screen for how you can do that. According to the Maryland State Board of Elections, you can request your mail-in ballot by submitting an online or paper application by mail or at your local Board of Elections office. And if you'd like to receive a mail-in ballot for all future elections, you can also sign up for the permanent mail-in ballot list when you are requesting one. Now, if you want to receive your ballot via the internet, your deadline to request that ballot is November 4th. If you're casting your ballot by mail, though, remember that it must be postmarked by Election Day, which is Tuesday, November 8th. It is getting closer and closer. But if you're still wanting to vote early, you still have time to do that now until Thursday, November 3rd. Early voting centers are open pretty much all day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And remember, same-day voter registration is available to all eligible Marylanders at your early voting centers as well as on Election Day. You'll just need to make sure that you remember to bring proper documentation that proves your place of residence. Tom, Patrice?
Shannon, if people want to register at an early voting center, can they do that? And what do they need to bring?
Yeah, you can absolutely do that. And there are several things that you can bring that would qualify for proper documentation. We're going to pull up a list right here on your screen so you can just look at those and see. But MVA issued driver's licenses all work, and an ID card or change of address card, that works as well, just to name a few. The big takeaway here, Patrice, is that all of this is very simple and your voice matters. So everyone should get out there and vote. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Turning now to a city in crisis as we approach Election Day. In 1 week, crime remains a main topic on the minds of voters.
Yeah, a man shot by a security guard that was said to be robbing a Royal Farms in southwest Baltimore is now in critical condition. As he's fighting for his life, the incident shedding light on a disturbing trend. In fact, Olivia Danch is joining us live this morning from that Royal Farms with what could be fueling the violence. Olivia.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom and Patrice. And I want to show you that there is actually still police tape here at this Royal Farms. On Sunday morning, witnesses say the security guard at this Royal Farms was the shooter and was trying to stop a thief. But this is now the second time in less than 2 weeks that a security guard has been involved in a shooting. The 26-year-old man who the guard shot is still in grave condition. And on October 21st, police say a guard shot a suspected shoplifter in the face after the victim attempted to stab the guard with a syringe. That incident, on top of Sunday's shooting, is causing concern among city residents.
Puts me on edge. Of course, it makes you feel uneasy. Everybody seems apt to violence, and it's getting progressively worse.
At a meeting last week, Baltimore police touted progress they've made following a severe crime surge this summer, applauding the efforts that brought down robberies. But a closer look at the data shows there have been a 73% increase in convenience store robberies. This time last year, there were 202 convenience store robberies, and this year they've been sent to 350. But when Fox 45 News tried to question the commissioner on this, we were denied.
Questions, we'll be happy to respond to you in writing and get you all the answers to all your questions. Thank you.
And Fox 45 News followed up with the department to ask how they plan to address the increase in convenience store crime, and we've yet to hear it back yet. But we also asked for their report from the shooting at this Royal Farms, and they tell us that it's still being drafted. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Turning now to the ongoing issue on city streets of squeegee kids. Any day now, Baltimore City could reveal what to do next about squeegee kids. Now, while the city waits for leaders to do something, another incident takes place. Fox 45 News has learned that on Saturday, just off of Interstate 83, a driver had his wallet taken by a squeegee kid just steps away from a police officer. The couple said they lost about $300 in cash. The victim, a physician coming from Baltimore County into the city for dinner. He wanted to hide his name, but he spoke about what happened.
I gave him the $2. He must have seen, I didn't have a wad of cash, but I did have some cash in my billfold, and he saw it, and he says to me, "Hey, OJ, give me another 20. I said to him, no. I never thought that he would grab my wallet and run like a little punk.
Right now, the mayor continues to stand by his statements that the current laws banning the activity will not be enforced.
An aide to Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby pleads guilty to a gun charge. The questions that we're sending straight to City Council President's office this morning.
This morning, you could win tickets to see Tina, the Tina Turner musical at the Hippodrome. Keep watching for your cue to call.
But Patrice, what's love got to do with it when you've got fog this morning? We're talking about numbers today that are going to be above average with more sunshine. Breaking down that forecast for you coming up. Stay with us, won't you? 6:10 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Hump Day Eve. We're still seeing some of that cloud cover and the fog left over from the rain that we had yesterday. In fact, some dense fog advisories posted for PG County and down through D.C. and Montgomery County. So if you are heading south this morning, you'll definitely run into some of those reduced visibilities. Just be aware of that. Even without the dense fog advisory, there's still some foggy conditions. Temperatures, however, not too bad. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. We're talking upper 50s and lower 60s. Think you're going to like how those numbers shape up later today. We're going to check it out coming up.
6:10 now. Today, the man accused of brutally attacking House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband is expected to be arraigned on state charges.
Megan Gillen is joining us from our live center with the charges he's now facing. Megan.
Yeah, you see him right here behind me, guys. This man, David DePape, now facing attempted murder. He's facing assault, attempted kidnapping. He was federally charged yesterday, again facing the state charges here today. Police say this 42-year-old broke into Pelosi's San Francisco home with a hammer around 2 a.m. last Friday, fracturing Paul Pelosi's skull and yelling, "Where's Nancy?"
It is really disturbing for people who are serving our government, our cities, our counties, our states, our nation, have to put up with this nonsense.
Now, Nancy Pelosi was in Washington at the time. Authorities believe it was well planned, though. According to police, DePape had a list of other people to target. This morning, we're hearing from San Francisco's district attorney, who's calling the attack extremely disturbing and politically motivated.
We have to decide that we are going to be more respectful as an American society, that it's okay to disagree, but it certainly is something that has unnerved us all.
DePape is an illegal immigrant from Canada who police say had zip ties, rope, and gloves in his possession when he was arrested. Again, he's expected to be arraigned here this afternoon. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A Baltimore couple robbed by a squeegee kid with the police just feet away. What protocol should be in place to avoid this from happening again?
A violent weekend in Baltimore County as police investigate two shootings, one turning deadly. Just ahead this morning, Fox 45 News is questioning the county executive about where crime stands in the county. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:15, an education alert for you. Baltimore City's school board will partially open its meetings to the public for the first time in 2 years, but it's limited to a certain amount of people. The rest will have to continue joining via live stream. Now, beginning with the November 9th meeting, 5 seats in the gallery will be open to the general public on a first-come basis. 15 other seats are reserved for recognized groups or those selected for public comment in person. Up to 10 public comments will be selected either in person, via email, or video testimony.
Well, a lawsuit against a Vermont public school district is bringing students' First Amendment rights into the spotlight. The Orange Southwest Unified School District allows transgender students to use facilities consistent with their gender identity, aligning with the state standards. One student was allegedly suspended from school, though, after expressing discomfort with a trans student using the same locker room. Lawsuit alleges that she was retaliated against for expressing her views, something an attorney says is not uncommon.
The most important thing that this suit emphasizes is the right to free speech and to be able to discuss issues, because, you know, people have different views, but the discussion can't be shut down.
Well, the student claims that she was given the option to write the trans student an apology to avoid the suspension. However, she said she would rather take the 5-day suspension. The district has not returned a request for comment.
A similar debate a little closer to home. In Harford County, State Senator Bob Castley sent a letter about gender identity in student locker rooms, describing a concern that a local student and family brought to him. The student reported sharing a locker room with a transgender student, which is protocol for schools across the state. In his letter, Castley called the protocol as harassing conduct and cruel. The school system stands by its protocol, citing state rules. You can find more on this story on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 6:17, you might want to think twice before you throw your decorative Halloween jack-o'-lanterns in the trash. Now that Halloween is over, we're moving on to other holidays.
That's right, moving over, but environmentalists recommend composting your pumpkins in your own garden or donating them to some community gardens, farms, even a zoo.
You can simply leave them outside if you want, as a welcome snack for backyard wildlife if you want to invite all that wildlife. Gardeners throw the pumpkins onto the compost pile after removing any seeds and the decorative accents, so being repurposed.
Well, President Biden and the First Lady welcome trick-or-treaters to the White House. See them decorated right there. First Lady Jill Biden putting on a pair of wings and a purple wig for the occasion. She and the president gave out treats to the children of local firefighters, nurses, police officers, and National Guard members. White House says it's planned to welcome about 5,000 guests, including kids and their chaperones.
Very nice. All right, well, we got to check on our forecast again and see what we're expecting as we have now moved past Halloween. Justin, it's over. It's done.
Can I say 2 things? Is that okay?
Sure.
Real quick. The pumpkin thing, right?
Yeah.
This year, I noticed you could buy degraded, like moldy pumpkins that were plastic, that were fake. Like fake, like moldy pumpkins.
Why?
I thought that was interesting. I've never seen that before, and people put them out in our neighborhood. I saw them in a lot of areas, and I'm like, why would you want to have that out? But I guess that's kind of scary or whatever. Second thing, come on, kids, you have to say trick or treat. You can't just walk up and just take your candy and walk away. Please say trick or treat.
I'm with you on that.
Do you yell at them to get off of your yard too?
No, I don't.
Okay.
And some of them said Happy Halloween, which is very nice. I will accept that. Happy Halloween, like great. Just don't walk up and take the candy and walk away, man. Come on, giving out free candy here. All right, nobody's coming to my house next year.
I'm with you, old man.
Good. Let me hike up my pants right there. Woo!
Did you make them do any tricks, though? Did you make any kids do a trick?
No, but one girl made me do a trick. She was like, I would like a trick. And I had to go, and then she was like, that's good. I was like, all right. So some great costumes out there, guys. I got to tell you, it was real fun last night, even though we had the rain. Yes, I know, but we've got the leftover from the rain, and that's all the fog that's hanging around. You can see that from our Towson camera right now. 57 is your current temp in Towson, the dew point at 56 degrees. So when those numbers are close, we have the fog, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Even some dense fog in certain areas, especially south of Baltimore. So heading down to D.C., be aware of that. Really not much being picked up on our radar, so we're not actually seen any rain. You may see a little mist, probably some splashback on the cars or from the roads as you are driving out to work or school this morning. But overall, we're drying out nicely. The nice ridge of high pressure is going to be settling in. Heading out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, as those kids get back at it. 59 next hour. Lower 70s for the kids for noontime and recess. Hopefully outdoors today, and then into the lower 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So anything you got planned for the kids this afternoon, if you're going to start getting back to some practices, things like that, overall a pretty nice day. Yeah, Hank the Bird, he's excited about that. 70 by noon, lower 70s for Hank and his feathered friends into the afternoon. 63 is typically where we are for November 1, but we're going to be in the upper 60s and lower 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties and basically up and down the 95 corridor. Very nice afternoon. Better weather in Philly tonight for Game 3 of the World Series, which you can watch right here on Fox 45. Now, the rake cast has green lights, so if you want to start getting those leaves raked up, a lot of those leaves are falling, especially with some of that rain yesterday. So green lights for the next couple of days as we are drying out nicely. In fact, we're really not tracking any more rain for the next 7 days, and temperatures that are going to stay well above average on our future scan. Really not much to get in your way. 5 days from the time change, that happens this weekend. We are now 23 days out from Thanksgiving, of course, Veterans Day in 10 days, 48 days until the first night of Hanukkah, and 54 days until Patrice's favorite holiday, Christmas. So we'll keep those 70s going here. 68 on Thursday. And again, don't forget, Saturday night when you go to bed, set those clocks back, get the extra hour of sleep, and get back to standard time. Tom?
All right. Thank you, Justin. Now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network. Taking a look at some of the area cameras around the Baltimore region, looking pretty good, even though wipers are on because of the rain that is still moving through our area. And the fog really is the issue here. As wet roads are still out there, as you can see that, even though we got a grumpy meteorologist in the back yelling that the rain has moved out, but it's still wet roads. All right, now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 511 operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC are on time for travel. If your ride is on light rail link, expect about a 10 to 15-minute delay in your travels there. Allow time for travel on the Metro subway link service. Expect about a 10-minute delay there. And the Upton station remains closed due to flooding. Shuttle buses remain in place to and from the Upton station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Art Jones.
Concerns over the safety of children after a violent weekend in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear what community members are calling for.
Maryland drivers, it is time to pay off those tolls or face a fine. Just ahead this morning, the deadline to mark on your calendar. 6:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, take a look at this. Yeah, you see that? NASA observatory capturing an image of the sun that looks a little bit like a jack-o'-lantern. It shows what are actually splotches on the sun's surface that are the cooler regions than the surrounding areas. While NASA calls it a smiling sun, some Twitter users saw something other than a jack-o'-lantern, users comparing it to the Stay-Puft Marshmallow Man. And yes, that Stay Puft Marshmallow Man was also used in Ghostbusters, but it's a real thing. And then some said it's a lion or various snack foods that bear smiley faces. Fog hanging around as yesterday's rain moves out. Meteorologist Justin Chambers sharing when we could see some sunshine, though.
An aide to City Council President Nick Mosby is pleading guilty to having a loaded handgun in her car. Coming up, what we know about the case and if she's still employed with the city.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
You have yet another chance to win the Powerball. No one won with last night's numbers. The Powerball jackpot has now climbed to $1.2 billion. If someone is lucky enough to get the winning numbers, it will be the second biggest jackpot in Powerball history and the fourth biggest in U.S. lottery history. So again, no one won. You have another chance. The next Powerball drawing is tomorrow night. Welcome back to all of you on this Tuesday, November 1st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast. And you've got some extra money in your hand now.
I do. I've hit the Powerball twice. We've hit the Powerball number on Saturday, and we hit it again last night. So,
one number.
Hello, $4. Yes, one number. But you know what? I won. And we used their money to win. That's how you do it in Vegas, man.
I bought a ticket. I didn't win anything. Well, I should check my ticket.
You should
I'm
check.
not sure how it works.
Don't check it on a work computer. Won't let you do it. Taking a look outside right now, you have to see what's going on here. Actually, it looks like improving conditions here over the inner harbor. We still have some foggy spots out there. Just be aware of that leftover moisture from the rain that we had last night. Low to mid 50s across most of the state. Cumberland over to Hagerstown. Actually 61 in Westminster, 60 in Chestertown, and we're at 56 in Baltimore City. Still have a yellow light here for you on your morning drive. As Mr. Bo says, take it slow with some of the foggy conditions. Now, the sun comes up about an hour from right now. Later today, we will see more sunshine and numbers rising to the lower 70s. We'll keep those numbers into Wednesday and even a little cooler on Thursday. However, these numbers are above average for this time of year. We'll check your weekend forecast. We'll do that coming up in a little bit from right now. Tom, how are we looking on the roads?
Looking not too good, actually. 295, South 95. You see this. Multiple vehicles involved in an accident there. You can see a tractor trailer was slowly going through the area, but now it's moved, but the flashing lights there. Also another incident right on the bridge when you're coming across the Bay Bridge. There's also some other flashing lights, an incident happening there. So multiple issues south of Baltimore this morning.
6:31, we start this half hour in a city in crisis. Concerns about the safety of children in Baltimore are growing after a particularly violent weekend.
Yeah, 3 people were killed over the weekend, 7 others shot. 3 of those victims were teenagers. All of them shot within hours of each other on Sunday.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from Southwest Baltimore with a closer look at what caused the violence and the concerns from city residents. Olivia.
Yeah, that's exactly right. On Sunday, 3 teens were wounded in separate shootings, and one of the victims is a 16-year-old boy. He was shot in the head, and so far, no arrests have been made. Now, that 16-year-old boy was shot in the Penn Lucy neighborhood, which is in North Baltimore. And Fox 45 News spoke to a neighbor about the issue of teen violence. She wanted to remain anonymous out of fear of retaliation. Take a listen.
I think the parents need to get involved. It's beyond the city council and the mayor. Like, we have to be responsible for our own children.
According to Baltimore police, so far this year, there have been 16 victims of homicides, ages 17 and younger. There have also been 54 victims, 17 and younger, who were shot but survived.
We need tougher penalties. We need serious action. We need people to be held responsible for their actions. We need consequences to be made.
Pastor Darren Farmer, who you just heard, wants those responsible for crime to be held accountable. And all the shootings amongst teens is a tragic reminder for one Baltimore woman who is a family friend of 14-year-old Travis Slaughter, who was shot and killed in Pikesville last month.
I think that the youth should be educated more, and there should be more programs, and people need to get involved. And you know, I know it sounds crazy. I'm very passionate about this because it's sad, because we're losing our young people at an alarming rate.
And Baltimore County Police have arrested a 17-year-old suspect in Slaughter's murder. But again, as far as this morning, police haven't made any arrests in the weekend's teen shootings. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance of Fox 45 Morning News.
Continuing coverage this morning, an aide to Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby is pleading guilty to having a loaded handgun in her vehicle.
Now, Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the latest in this case. Shannon?
Yeah, and right now, Tom, we know that aide to Nick Mosby is receiving probation before judgment for these misdemeanor handgun charges. And that essentially means that her conviction can be cleared if she completes 1 year of probation that's unsupervised. But let's take you back to June when this all started. Jade Johnson, right here on your screen, was arrested in Baltimore County after court documents show that she had a loaded handgun and marijuana in her car. Now, she retained prominent defense attorney Warren Brown, and he told us at the time that in terms of doing a story on the criminal justice system, that she is, quote, a minnow in a sea of whales, and that he was confident that she would not get any jail time. Well, Johnson was hired on as an aide in Nick Mosby's office on September 7th, 2021, with an annual salary of $51,000. That's according to the city's Department of Human Resources. Well, we questioned the city council president several times about whether Johnson continued to work in his office following her arrest, but our questions went ignored. We did find Johnson was still on the payroll, and just last night we did try once again to reach back out to Nick Mosby's office and ask if she is still employed with the city. We have not gotten a response. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. The Federal Reserve kicking off its two-day meeting this morning.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what this could mean for you. Megan.
Yeah, guys, a very foggy live look over our nation's capital here this morning where this meeting is set to begin. It's expected to wrap up tomorrow, guys, with yet another unfortunate interest rate. But this is to try and help get inflation in check, so we're hearing. They still have a little more data to consider today, starting with the job openings and labor turnover survey. That's coming out at 10 o'clock this morning. If you remember, last month we saw the number of open jobs plunge by 10% to just over 10 million available positions. And what that means is that is still more than one open job for every unemployed worker. But a sign that employers are starting to cut back on hiring and either consolidating some positions or simply taking open jobs off the market. We're also going to be looking to see what the report says about layoffs and the number of people who are quitting their jobs. We're also expecting a report later this morning on construction spending, which is expected to show another month of declines, especially as mortgage rates rise and new home construction pulls back. We're going to keep you posted as today's numbers drop. And of course, as the Federal Reserve's meeting gets underway here this morning. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Project Baltimore hears from candidates for Baltimore County School Board, what they say needs to change to improve student performance and reduce the violence.
The sunshine returns in full force today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know what to expect for the work week ahead. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
An eerie, spooky start to Halloween yesterday. Indiana meteorologist Carrie Peugeot says foggy conditions were visible in lots of locations, including parts of Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, and Illinois. Similar conditions expected for some parts of that area today. And it seems more leaves are on the ground than the trees along this Tennessee trail, yet the beauty remains.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
6:40. The days are numbered for anyone with outstanding video tolls to pay your balance without additional penalties.
In just under a month, Maryland drivers could see a hefty bill for those unpaid fees.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live with the message from Maryland transportation leaders. Taylor.
Look, Tom, Patrice, this is like your last warning from the MTA. They're saying if you have fees that you have not paid, you got to get those paid before December 1st. Now, tolls are not more than a few bucks here on state roads in Maryland, but if you drive through without that Easy Pass, they're taking a picture of your license plate. That is a video toll. The fee for that, it accrues at $25 each penalty. So if you don't have an MTA Easy Pass, this is for you. Recall back in February, the Transportation Authority issued a customer assistance plan. It was their way of offering drivers a way to catch up on their unpaid tolls. This was after millions of folks lagged behind because of the pandemic. The state then stopped sending out bills, and they waived late fees for a whole lot of folks. But that program ends December 1st. MTA officials say hundreds of thousands of drivers have yet to catch up.
Back in August, we sent out Act Now letters to 1.3 million customers who had made no payments on their tolls to date since that program launched. That number now has grown to 1.7 million. So that's why we're here today, to make sure that these customers are aware.
And you hear that urgency in his voice. Starting exactly on midnight, December 1st, forgiveness on late fees ends, and the balances will be sent to collections. This will impact your registration possibly. So the MTA has already waived over $500,000 in fees. They really want to make sure those remaining folks get their fees in before December 1st. Tom, Patrice.
All right, so Taylor, this has us all talking in here. What do you do if you're unsure if you have an outstanding balance?
Well, good to be unsure and good to be aware ahead of time, right? You can go online and check it with the MTA. That website is mzmd.com, and you can look up your balances there. That's the latest here in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, thank you, Taylor. Lung cancer is the leading cause of deaths, and starting this month, we're talking about Lung Cancer Awareness Month. Just ahead, the free testing you could sign up for this week.
We are 1 week away from Election Day, and Fox 45 News is bringing the candidates straight to you. In our next hour, you'll hear from congressional candidate Nicolee Ambrose. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:45 and in your morning rush, 26-year-old man remains in grave condition this morning, shot by a private security guard outside of a Royal Farms in southwest Baltimore this weekend. Guards saying that man was trying to rob the store. Shooting happening early Sunday morning at that gas station right at the corner of Washington Boulevard and South Monroe Street. Now, Baltimore is investigating nearly 800 shootings so far this year.
Olivia Dance is joining us live. Olivia, what can you tell us about this uptick?
Well, Tom and Patrice, I actually want to show you that there still is police crime scene tape here at this Royal Farm from Sunday's shooting. And at a meeting last week, Baltimore police touted progress they've made following a severe crime surge this summer, applauding the efforts that brought down robberies. But a closer look at the data shows that there have actually been a 73% increase in convenience store robberies. This time last year, there were 202 convenience store robberies, and this year they've been sent to 350. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear how city leaders responded when we questioned them on this uptick. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia.
All right. Well, while most people take Halloween very seriously, some people don't take it seriously. It's never been really an official holiday. Right. Despite that kind of loose difference between holiday and celebration, many do tend to get confused. Nobody gets work off on Halloween, right? No. It's more of a celebration, and officials never made it a federal holiday. But candy's only given out at night, usually, if you don't do a trunk or treat. And it can be exhausting to parents and others to have to come home and then go to work early next morning because you're doing stuff all day. The sun goes to bed. You're like, okay, got to wait for it to get dark. So the question is, should today be a day off?
No,
I don't think so. I think it should be a Friday or a Saturday.
You said you said yesterday the day after should be off.
But I think it makes sense that you shouldn't have a day off of work for Halloween because it's Halloween. But though it should be a weekend. It just makes sense. It'd be safer for the kids. Parents can.
No matter, and Tom had a good point earlier. You're talking about how Thanksgiving's always the fourth Thursday in November. Right. So make Halloween the last Saturday in October.
Makes sense to me.
Right?
Done. We just did it.
We had this conversation yesterday as we were driving home.
And last year and the year before that.
It's chaotic on a school night to get home, try and eat dinner at 4 o'clock, get their costumes on, get out the door, put them to bed after eating a bag of candy.
Right.
It was fun last night.
And I think I told you guys that, I grew up in Nevada. Nevada Day is October 31st. That's a holiday in the state of Nevada. They started doing this thing called Nevada Day Observed, which I don't like because that's not tradition. But they started doing it on the Friday before, and then that is actually the Halloween. What?
First of all, you're saying the state wrong. It's Nevada.
It's Nevada. That's how we pronounce it in our state.
Oh, so Halloween goes on a Saturday now, Friday or Saturday.
Friday or Saturday.
Okay.
This conversation happens every year, and nothing happens.
That and daylight saving.
Right.
Ooh, nice. You didn't say the S. I love it.
I know.
Megan's learning. I
I've
love
learned.
it. All right, let's take a look. 6:48. The other thing, too, the day after Super Bowl. People think that should be a holiday.
Yeah.
Again, it's that's not. But we get the Super Bowl here on Fox 45, so they're going to be making us do something. I hope, because there's going to be a lot of people watching on that day. Everybody watches. You all right over there?
Everybody. Yeah,
Okay.
no.
All right. Got your fill of candy?
I didn't realize how old you are. I mean, you've got to be in your 70s.
Oh, because I'm the grumpy old man? Yeah. All right. Whatever. Thank you, Tom. Let's take a look outside. I'm a nice guy. I just, I'm very passionate. All right. Here's a look at our camera here from our downtown Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. So we've had some fog out there. That still remains to be the issue, especially if you are traveling south to D.C. this morning, where we have dense fog advisories posted. No dense fog advisories here for us, but there are definitely some patchy areas of patchy fog out there, especially in some of those areas in the backcountry where you got the hills and you got the valleys and you have all of those foggy spots. So just be aware, because the sun doesn't even come up for another 45 minutes or so. But the good news is we're going to dry out nicely. We do have some sunshine on the way later this afternoon. As you rise and shine, enjoy some breakfast, maybe some candy thrown in for breakfast this morning. Upper 50s and lower 60s on your rise and shine cast. And if you are going to be heading out, hitting the links today, golfers finally drying out a bit, maybe still a bit squishy here in the morning with 62 your temp at 9 a.m. That's a pretty good number. Lower 70s, great numbers for scores, but also for your highs later this afternoon. And some of us are going to be about 10 degrees above average for today, with upper 60s and lower 70s across central Maryland. This trend of above average numbers continues throughout the week. So a little bit of a dip on Thursday, but still a high of 68 is not bad. And we've got those 70s all the way as we head into this upcoming weekend when we have a lot of fall events taking place. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, green lights here on your rake cast as we are drying out. Maybe want to get the leaves all raked up. Shout out to no longer Sad Pumpkin Erin, but Space Cowboy Erin. She's right there with her husband, and Jess and I went as Woody and Jess over the weekend. And then right here, this picture is how we set up our house last night. We've got Clyde hanging out right there. We've got Jacques the Pumpkin and Rhonda the Raven all on the candy table. So a lot of fun in our first Halloween in our new neighborhood. We had a great year last year in Hamden, but I'm liking the county, so just FYI. All right, 70s here continue throughout the week. We do fall back this weekend, so don't forget, fall back, turn those clocks back an hour before you go to bed on Saturday nights. Patrice?
You don't have to remind me. I'm all over that. All right, taking a live look from Camden Yards, where the Baltimore Chili Cook-Off will take place. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is out there trying some of the best this morning.
Oh, and get ready for a skinking good time in our 9 o'clock hour. I said it right. We'll introduce you to today's creature feature coming straight from the Maryland Zoo.
I didn't know if I heard it right or if I'm just still dragging after a night of trick-or-treating.
Yeah, it's a perfect time now, parents especially, for a coffee break.
.655, the midterm elections are next week.
Now, here in Maryland, voters will decide on a new governor, comptroller, attorney general, and a number of local referendums.
If you would still like to vote by mail, today is the last day to request a mail-in ballot. Early voting began last Thursday, and it ends this Thursday. Same-day registration is allowed in Maryland.
Now, make sure you check out our Vote 2022 page. Just point your phone at the QR code you see right there on the screen. It will take you to our election page for all the dates that you need to keep in mind, how to find your polling place, and more about the elections you'll be deciding on. More than 21 million Americans have already voted, according to the election officials Edison Research and Catalyst. 21.4 million have cast pre-election ballots so far in 46 states. Texas leading the pack with nearly 3 million people having already submitted their votes. In Florida, 2.8 million have cast their pre-election ballots.
Well, we are a week away from Election Day, and the federal government is warning of a, quote, complex threat environment.
While they say there has been no information about credible threats, election leaders and officials nationwide are on alert. Dee Dee Gatton joins us with a closer look at the concerns and what's being done to keep people safe.
From coast to coast, election workers and voters are preparing for threats of violence and intimidation. Now, more than ever, experts say vigilance is needed. As some head to the polls, scenes like this are imprinted in memory.
You had the January 6th event. Now we're concerned that it may happen again.
Cybersecurity expert Dr. Scott White believes the attack on the U.S. Capitol was an act of domestic terrorism. He says that movement is still active throughout the U.S.
And I think one of the things that we deal with today is there's so much rhetoric, there's so much whether it be anti-government or anti-political party, or even anti-individual in the case of Chair Pelosi, that individual predominantly on the fringe, and many of them with mental health issues, may act out violently.
Recently, a top U.S. cybersecurity official warned of an environment involving everything from cyber threats to threats of harassment, intimidation, and violence. She said they're putting out warnings to make sure state and local election staff have what they need to protect their voting systems. Security is top of mind at the local level, according to Mecklenburg County Election Director Michael Dickerson.
We always talk about your safety and security. We've encouraged that this year a little bit more so that people realize we're here to protect and we're here to keep you safe.
Recently, people who were armed and in tactical gear were seen outside a ballot drop box in Arizona. In Texas, there have been reports of intimidation of election workers. And in Wisconsin, reports of social media threats.
This is very disconcerting, and law enforcement has to move on it very quickly.
In some locations, we're told there will be plainclothes officers if anyone feels uncomfortable. Dr. White underscores the need for measures like this because as we hear of intimidation, he says people could become fearful and not vote. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Dee Gatton.
Concerns over an uptick in convenience store robberies after a shooting at This Royal Farms. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the latest details and reaction.
It's difficult to improve student performance when you have long-term subs, when you have people who are teaching classes that they aren't really trained in to teach.
Election Day is almost here. Coming up on Project Baltimore, how the candidates for the county school board plan to improve education in their district if elected.
Even though we're starting off a little foggy, we've got a lot of sunshine in our future. We'll take a look at that and how much warmer those temperatures get as well. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, November 1st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Big question this morning. Which candy is the first to be gone out of the bowl, right? You know, you pick your favorites. You eat them first, or do you save them last?
Not the Milky Ways or whatever. What do you like? Musketeers.
Three Musketeers.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Not those.
Good stuff.
Those are always the last in the bowl at our house.
We need to trade bowls.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. I mean, the Kit Kat's gone.
They don't even make it the next day. Are you
Barely,
kidding me?
no. I mean, we stockpiled some. But either way, good morning to you. Waking up after a rainy Halloween evening. Yes, I know. This is a really cool shot, and I appreciate the folks in the back zooming in on this because you can see that little glow right there is the Bromo Seltzer Tower on the right, and I believe that's that new arena or the renamed arena Arena, right in the purple. I think that's it, the CFG Bank. But either way, a cool shot there this morning. We do have some foggy spots, upper 50s and lower 60s for Cockeysville and Bel Air over to Westminster. Actually, it's 61, so kind of mild here. A foggy morning. We are clearing out nicely for today, and temperatures that are warming up as well. So I still have a yellow light on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow. Upper 50s and lower 60s for the next couple of hours. Could run into some of that patchy fog as well with the reduced visibility. We're back in a few minutes with another update on what we can expect for the weekend. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your roads and your Lens Solar Traffic Network. There's a crash on the outer loop right there. You see 695 slowed down there. Cameras aren't showing it, but there's some slowdowns because of that accident there. Also, another one, though, is reported where the cameras aren't showing right at 95 North at Caton Avenue here. So it says one vehicle is involved there, but the cameras aren't showing really anything there, and there's not much of a slowdown. Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. We're exactly 1 week away from Election Day, and candidates are working nonstop to gain your vote.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with the important things that you need to know to properly cast your vote as you are preparing for Election Day. Shannon?
Yeah, and you don't want to miss it, Patrice, because today marks the deadline to request a mail-in ballot for the 2022 general election. And that means if you're not able to make it out to the polls on Election Day, all you'd have to do is send it in. So if that's something that you're interested in, we have a look right here on your screen on how you can do that. According to the Maryland State Board of Elections, you can request your mail-in ballot by submitting an online or paper application by mail or at your local Board of Elections office. And if you'd like to receive a mail-in ballot for all future elections, you can also sign up for the permanent mail-in ballot list when you're requesting one. Now, if you want to receive your ballot via the internet, the deadline for that to request that ballot is November 4th. And though, remember, if you're casting your ballot by mail, it must be postmarked by Election Day, which is Tuesday, November 8th. It's getting closer and closer. If you're wanting to vote early, though, you have 2 more days. That lasts Thursday, November 3rd, and early voting centers are open daily from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And remember, same-day voter registration is available to all eligible Marylanders, so that means that you can register to vote right there at your early voting center or on the day of Election Day, just as long as you bring the proper documentation that proves your place of residence. Patrice, Tom?
So, Shannon, if you want to register at an early voting center, what do you need to bring with you?
So you can bring several forms of documentation, Patrice, and we actually want to pull them up right here so you can just take a look at them. But a driver's license will work, an ID card or change of address card will work as well. That's just naming a few. Really, the big takeaway here is that all of this is very simple and your voice matters. So get out there and vote. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, the Democratic candidate for Maryland's governor already cast his ballot. He's west of Moores. There's a tweet about him right here, voting in West Baltimore. His wife and his daughter were joining him at the time. We're working to find out when Republican candidate Dan Cox is set to cast his ballot.
Turning now to a city in crisis as we approach Election Day in 1 week. Crime remains a main topic on the minds of voters.
A man shot by a security guard outside of a Royal Farms in southwest Baltimore is in critical condition this morning as he's fighting for his life. The incident shedding light on a disturbing trend. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from that same Royal Farms with what could be fueling this fire. Olivia.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom and Patrice. And I actually want to show you that there is still police tape here at this Royal Farms. On Sunday, witnesses say the security guard at this Royal Farms was the shooter and was trying to stop a thief. This is now the second time, though, in less than 2 weeks that a security guard has been involved in a shooting. The 26-year-old man who the guard shot is still in grave condition. And on October 21st, police say a guard shot a suspected shoplifter in the face after the victim attempted to stab the guard with a syringe. That incident, on top of Sunday's shooting, is causing concern among city residents.
Puts me on edge. Of course, it makes you feel uneasy. Everybody seems apt to violence, and it's getting progressively worse.
At a meeting last week, Baltimore police touted progress they have made following a severe crime surge this summer, applauding the efforts that brought down robberies. But a closer look at the data shows that there's actually been a 73% increase in convenience store robberies. This time last year, there were 202 convenience store robberies. And this year, they've been sent to 350. But when Fox 45 News tried to question the commissioner on this, we were denied.
Questions, we'll be happy to respond to you in writing and get you all the answers to all your questions. Thank you.
And Fox 45 News followed up with the department to ask how they plan to address the increase in convenience store crime. We've yet to hear back, but we also asked police for the report from the shooting at this Royal Farms, and we were told that it's still being drafted. Now reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Turning now to an ongoing issue on city streets, squeegee kids. Any day now, Baltimore City could reveal what it is going to do next about squeegee kids. While the city waits for its leaders to do something, another incident takes place. Fox 45 News has learned that on Saturday, just off of Interstate 83, a driver had his wallet taken by a squeegee kid just steps away from a police officer. The couple said they lost about $300 in cash. The victim is a physician who was coming from Baltimore County into the city for dinner. He wanted to hide his name, but he spoke about what happened.
I gave him the $2. He must have seen, I didn't have a wad of cash, but I did have some cash in my billfold, and he saw it, and he says to me, "Hey, OJ, give me another 20. I said to him, no. I never thought that he would grab my wallet and run like a little punk.
Right now, the mayor continues to stand by his statements that the current laws banning the activity will not be enforced. If you've ever had a violent interaction with a squeegee kid, we want to hear about it. You can submit your videos on our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in. You can send us an email at news@foxbaltimore.com. 7:06 now. Today, the man accused of brutally attacking House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband is expected to be arraigned on state charges.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the charges that he's now facing. Megan.
Yeah, guys, David DePape that you see right here behind me now facing attempted murder, assault, attempted kidnapping. He was federally charged yesterday, again today facing those state charges. Police say the 42-year-old broke into Pelosi's San Francisco home with a hammer around 2 a.m. last Friday, fracturing Paul Pelosi's skull and yelling, "Where's Nancy?" Nancy was actually in Washington at the time.
It is really disturbing for people who are serving our government, our cities, our counties, our states, our nation, have to put up with this nonsense.
Authorities believe the attack was well planned, and according to police, DePape had a list of other people to target. This morning, we're hearing from San Francisco's district attorney who's calling the attack extremely disturbing and politically motivated.
We have to decide that we are going to be more respectful as an American society, that it's okay to disagree, but it certainly is something that has unnerved us all.
We are now learning that DePape is an illegal immigrant from Canada who police say had zip ties, rope, and gloves in his possession when he was arrested. The only way Paul Pelosi was able to get away, he said he was able to escape to the bathroom and call 911. Again, DePape is expected to be arraigned here this afternoon. That's the latest from our live center.
I'm already getting excited for tomorrow.
So, yeah. Take the spirit away, right?
No, we got the best fans in the world.
Well, World Series Game 3 postponed just an hour before the first pitch. Tonight, Phillies fans will be returning to Citizens Bank Park for their first game at home for this World Series. From here on, each series game will shift back a day. You can find every game right here on Fox 45. First pitch tonight, Game 3, 8:03. Yes, and it's right here on Fox 45. So what does this mean? I mean, World Series getting pushed back means multiple nights in a row.
They wanted to go trick-or-treating.
They did.
Maybe.
Well, and I was looking at it yesterday when I was looking at the weather. I'm like, probably going to be at least delayed. And then we got the push alert about an hour before first pitch. But yeah, they have to play Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They now get Friday off if they go to Game 6. And then that means Game 6 and possibly Game 7 will be Saturday and Sunday, all on Fox 45.
I think Phillies have it tonight. It's at home. I think they've got this. Now they're rested a little bit more. What are your thoughts?
I do.
Sugared up from the trick-or-treat candy. Yes, that too.
And Tom, you said that's the first free library in the country?
Yeah, that's the free library, and that's the, Ben
right
Franklin
there.
did that right there. Franklin Institute right next to it.
You've got some family not far. Are they going crazy right now?
They are.
Yeah.
I mean, because everybody's like, it's like Christmas around here, get it? Because you have the Eagles, undefeated, and then the Phillies and the Reds, so red and green everywhere.
All right, red and green. Good stuff. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at our forecast here. Really pretty shot. A couple of shots I want to show you here, guys. We have our cameras out there, so every now and then I like to point your attention to the screen, and you can see our Mile 1 Auto Group cam from Towson looks cool. But look at this shot from the Inner Harbor with those clouds that are now breaking up. And breaking up is hard to do, but when it's cloud cover, we like that. We like to see more of that sun that's going to be here, and that is going to be on the way for the afternoon with temperatures that will be warmer as well. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. course, you know, I should probably change this from cool to mild because upper 50s and lower 60s, you can kind of feel that mugginess out there. You're definitely getting your sweat on if you want to get that outdoor run in. And look at this afternoon, some of us will be some 10 degrees above average, upper 60s and lower 70s across central Maryland. Back in a few minutes, we'll break down exactly what we can expect the rest of this week and into our first weekend of November. A lot of things going on this weekend, guys.
Oh, yeah. In fact, the countdown is on to the 8th annual Star Stripes and Chow Chili Edition Cook-Off.
Mark Clark is live at Camden Yards with a preview of the event and what is so Baltimore today. Hey, Mark.
Good morning, guys. It's a little chilly this morning, but we're getting ready for the chili cook-off here at Camden Yards. No baseball going on, but it's going to be going down, a competition. I'm talking about the chili kings and queens. We'll be putting it together. Who has the best chili? Do you like it hot? Do you like it savory? We'll get into all that coming up this morning, guys.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Well, still to come, making your headlines this hour, Project Baltimore keeps you up to date on the candidates vying for your vote to be the Baltimore County School Board. The ways in which they think they can improve education and decrease violence in the schools in Baltimore County.
And after the break, crime in the county with multiple shootings. Baltimore County Executive is going to join us live after the break to weigh in on the weekend's violence. 7:11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:14, Fox 45 continues holding your elected leaders accountable. Baltimore County Police investigating multiple shootings just from this past weekend as violent school videos continue to be shared from Baltimore County Public Schools. Joining us this morning, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski. Good morning, Executive.
Good morning to you, Tom, and good morning to my daughter, Daria, in particular, who is celebrating her 7th birthday this morning.
All right. Well, happy birthday, Daria. Yes, and I'm sure she had a lot of candy last night. I want to get into, though, a little bit more about the investigations now going on. Man was gunned down at Parkville gas station, murdered by 2 men wearing masks. Essex, another gas station in Essex, another man shooting, and he was injured. People blaming the violence in the city is spilling into the county. Do you agree?
Well, look, we understand that no matter how safe our communities are, and they are very safe here in Baltimore County, that if a violent act happens anywhere near you, there's concern. And our focus has been on reinforcing the message that if you commit a crime in Baltimore County, we will find you, we will arrest you, we will hold you accountable. It's part of why our numbers are down. Even despite the unfortunate incidents of the weekend, homicides are still down about 50% in Baltimore County. Violent crime was down 16% last year. It's relatively flat this year. And we're going to do whatever we can to make sure that we keep Baltimore County safe for all of our residents.
Executive, though, you've been known to say a strong Baltimore City helps the county. The county literally wraps around the city, the boundaries there. So is there a give and take, though, from Baltimore County helping Baltimore City with their crime? And is the city then providing any sources or resources for the county?
Yeah, look, we're going to always look for ways that we can combat crime because it's for the benefit and to the good of the entire region. Criminals don't know borders. Crime doesn't stop at borders. But what I can tell anyone, and what I've said consistently, which is why we've seen closure rates over 81%, well above the national average, is that our men and women do an incredible job here in Baltimore County. And so to the extent we're helping drive down numbers, we're very proud of that. We are seeing spikes in crime, particularly violent crime, all over the country. And while these individual incidents are unfortunate, we're not seeing those numbers and those spikes. We're actually seeing significant decreases, not only in homicides, but in several other categories. Arson is down, assault is down, rape is down.
Robberies, though, there was a report that robberies in Baltimore County are up.
Robberies are up about 8% this year. On balance, though, as I said earlier, violent crime was down 16% last year. It's relatively flat after those declines last year. And so we're very proud of the work that we're doing across the board to keep Baltimore County a safe place to live, work, and raise a family.
Executive, I want to talk about the school violence. Baltimore County Parents Student Coalition, they held a meeting because they're saying it's escalating, it's gotten out of control. Are we seeing more videos because more people are sharing them, or are there actually more violent incidents happening in public schools?
Well, regardless, again, anytime there's any violent incident, we want to go in there and do all that we can to keep our students safe. I want to commend the parents who are stepping up. We know that parental involvement is the #1 indicator of a child's success and safety. So we encourage not just the advocacy, but also having parents go in. Our schools are open. We want to see more parents and responsible adults in the school building. Yeah. That's why, as county executive, as someone who's sending my daughter to our public schools, we've invested in more school resource officers. We've invested in more teachers and counselors and social workers to help drive down the numbers of student-to-teacher ratio, have more responsible adults in the room, even as we ask for and demand that the school system hold violent behavior accountable. It has to be both, right? It has to be parental involvement, it has to be the resources for our kids, and it also has to be accountability for those actions in the schoolhouse.
And juggling that is a lot there. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Oseski, and again, happy birthday to your daughter, Daria.
Thanks so much. Sure. Take care.
All right, it's 7:18 now. We want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, get a look at the forecast. Yesterday we were drenched.
I know.
Today,
yeah,
a lot better.
I know, and it was kind of stunk. I was like, oh man, I had to talk about the rain and everything, but I still saw so many kids out and so many parents. They had umbrellas. There were breaks where it wasn't quite raining as hard, but it wasn't pouring the entire time, at least in our neighborhood. And hopefully you got through and got some of that candy. I talked about yesterday how when I was a kid, my mom gave out raisins, and I was the laughingstock of the neighborhood. I talked to my mom last night, and she's like, I said, Mom, what are you giving out? She's like, oh, we're giving out trail mix. And I said, Mom, come on, man, seriously? And she's like, well, it has an M&M in it. And I was like, come on, Mom. And she's like, someday trail mix is going to save that kid's life. And I said, all right. So we know our mothers. We love our mothers, of course. Our Mile 1 Auto Group, Cam, good morning to you. You can still see some of that fog kind of hanging around and maybe some foggy eyes here with being up late, giving out the candy or going trick-or-treating with your kids. Now, I do want to point out the dense fog advisory. This goes until 10 o'clock this morning. Now, it's not for our viewing area, but it's PG County, it's Montgomery, it's D.C. So if you're heading south on 95 or 295 here this morning, you're going to run right into some of those very low visibilities. You have to watch out for that. As the kids get out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, maybe a light jacket. Overall, our temperature's kind of mild, mid to upper 50s right now, into the lower 70s through noontime. And by the time you pick them up in the afternoon, we're talking lower 70s continuing. So a good day to get back out and get some lacrosse practices in, soccer, football, whatever you might be doing here with the kids. And look at these numbers across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Lower 70s for Westminster and Eldersburg, 69 the Hereford zone, 71 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 71 as well in White Marsh and Perry Hall. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also seeing some lower 70s for Elk Ridge and Laurel down through Columbia, right about 72 in Odenton, 71 in the capital this afternoon. Hartford, Cecil counties, you're looking at some lower 70s with a lot more sunshine today. The good news, if you like temperatures above average, you've got a nice week or so as we get into the brand new month. We talked about these numbers. They're going down just a smidge on Thursday, but back into the mid 70s right as we head into the weekend. And, you know, typically it's lower 60s to kick off the month. So we're going to be above that number for at least the next 6 or 7 days. Also, good days to get the cars cleaned up. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Maybe you got some of that rain on there from yesterday. Overall, we've got dry conditions to get the cars cleaned up. Look at that 7-day forecast. I love it. Heading into November, this is our time change weekend. So also Fells Fest is this weekend. Great weather for that with numbers into the mid 70s.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Maryland back to work, it's time for our job of the day. Delta Installation Group is hiring an office furniture installation team. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you are an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
Well, coming up, Project Baltimore hears from candidates for the Baltimore County School Board. What they say needs to change to improve student performance and reduce violence.
And we're at Camden Yards this morning. The Baltimore Station Chili Cook-Off is going down this weekend. We're going to talk about all the activities, the food, the kids, and the great cause. That's coming up right here on Fox 45 News. All local, all morning long.
It's November 1st. That means football weather, and it's so Baltimore because this weekend you can support the Baltimore's Station 8th annual Star Stripe and Chow Chili edition, right? November, chili.
That goes great with a Sunday day full of football. Get your bellies full and crown the best chili, all in the name of charity. Isn't Justin going out to this?
He is. He's emceeing
He's
it.
He's gonna have some chili. But right now, Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is out at Camden Yards. He's got more on the event. This is always a good time, Mark.
It's always a great time. It's always, when you see Kim's lovely face, you know it's a great cause. It's a great event. So, Kim, we're excited about the chili cook-off going down this weekend.
Thank you. Yeah, we're super, super excited and glad to be back. But yeah, we have our chili cook-off on Saturday right here at Camden Yards, presented by M&T Bank. And it's a great event. We have lots of chili for people to taste. We have a huge kids zone, live entertainment, food, drinks, and all to support the veterans right here in Baltimore.
And how are our veterans doing?
We are doing great, or they are doing great, I should say. We've come out of the pandemic, and we're getting back into our regular programming. We have our volunteers back, and everybody's just really excited to move forward.
Great event as always. And again, let's talk about the intricacies of these balloons. Now, Sean, can you get the balloon up here? These beans right here. Look at these beans right here. This is amazing. Is that a...
Yeah, I know. I mean, so Tiffany is with us. So she will be at the event on Saturday and will be part of the kids zone. So we have a huge kids zone. We always enhance it every year. So Tiffany is joining us this year for the first time. But, it's a kid-friendly event. We want folks to come down, be in a safe and secure environment, and just enjoy the day and support our local veterans.
I love it. So, guys, Tom and, Patrice, it's amazing. A great cause, a great event. And coming up, we have some of the kids down here. We have some of the food down here. But it's a great cause, guys.
So we're impressed that the balloon person was able to make that pot full of chili with balloons. That's pretty impressive.
I know.
All right.
A
Nothing
kidney
like the
balloon,
real
who
deal,
knew?
Of course, but very nice. All right, thank you, Mark. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Starting your November off with some sunshine and a few clouds.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know how the temperatures are holding up as the sun comes out.
Also coming up in our next hour, we are giving you a preview of what to expect come Election Day. The deadlines coming up you don't want to miss. And squeegee kids remain a problem in the city. The Solution City residents are waiting for as leaders stand by. Time now, 7:27, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
7:30 and you're taking a live look here from the Kennedy Space Center this morning. The
Really?
SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket. It's supposed to launch at 9:41 this morning. But the purpose of the mission, deploy 2 spacecraft payloads into orbit, but
You think they'll be able to do it?
Not right now, I don't think so. I mean, I may have to scrub it or wait a little bit longer, but yeah.
All right.
We'll
Well,
see.
they've got a couple hours to see before that fog may wear off. 7:31 is the time. Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. The fog not only there in Cape Canaveral, but also all around here, too. In fact, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast, warming up, too.
Yeah, looking really good once we get to the afternoon, guys. And we've had kind of that leftover moisture from the rain that we saw yesterday, which is making some of those roads still a bit wet. But this is an improving shot here in Towson from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Just a few of those clouds. Sun coming up in just a few minutes from right now. And you can see our temperatures statewide are mainly in the 50s, even some upper 50s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Baltimore City, 58 in Annapolis, 57 in North Beach right now. So morning drive looks like this. I still have a yellow light here, Mr. Bo, saying take it slow, but numbers stay in the 50s and even lower 60s over the next couple of hours. And we're on our way to highs in the lower 70s today. That's going to be the good news, keeping that trend of above average numbers and dry conditions through most of the first week of November. We'll take another update or give you another update on what we're looking at for that forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
7:32 now, and we are just 1 week away from Election Day. Voters will have many important decisions to be making, including who will lead their local school systems.
In Baltimore County, 7 new school board members will be elected. Project Baltimore's Chris Papp spoke with candidates about some of the most pressing issues in the district: student performance, curriculum, and transparency.
The Baltimore County Board of School Commissioners has 12 members. On November 8th, voters will elect 7. The others are appointed. 3 of the candidates are running unopposed. Project Baltimore reached out to the other 8 who are fighting for your votes. 5 agreed to an interview. These 5 candidates running for Baltimore County School Board all agree BCPS needs to do a better job educating students.
We have to improve student performance across the board.
And we have to reward teachers that are thriving.
Project Baltimore analyzed state test scores from 2019, the year before COVID. The number of Baltimore County students proficient in English in every grade level was down compared to 2015. The number of 3rd graders proficient in English was down from 42% to 37%. 10th grade English proficiency was down from 39% to 33%.
Not everybody learns the same way.
Our job needs to be to prepare all students to succeed.
I think the diversity is key.
Dr. Brenda Savoy and Samay Singh Kindra are both running in the 4th District. Savoy spent 36 years in education as a teacher and administrator. Kindra is a law student and graduate of Baltimore County Schools. To improve student performance, both agree the curriculum needs to be racially diversified. They both embrace what's known as critical race theory, the concept that racism is a social construct embedded in our laws.
I think that the curriculum shouldn't be inclusive of all children. If they can see themselves in the curriculum, they might do better.
So it's on us to make sure that the curriculum and the policies we're putting forth are including all students, are making all students feel included in their education, and exciting them about the opportunity to learn.
Corey Coons, a small business owner, and Robin Harvey, a social worker, are running against each other in District 1. Coons says the first priority is to control the fighting and violence that's disrupting classrooms.
Kids are not going to buy into learning if they're afraid or they don't care.
Harvey says BCPS needs to focus more on having highly qualified teachers, especially in core subjects.
It's difficult to improve student performance when you have long-term subs, when you have people who are teaching classes that they aren't really trained in to teach.
The 5th candidate we spoke with was Maggie Domanowski, a businesswoman and mother of 3 Baltimore County students. She's running in District 3. Her opponent did not agree to an interview. Domanowski says we need to trust our teachers to teach our kids instead of paying outside consultants to micromanage curriculum.
If we could come together with our teachers, bring them in, ask them what they find that's working in their classrooms and implement that all over and see how that works.
We also asked candidates about transparency.
I will make myself available.
This was Superintendent Dr. Darrell Williams on July 1st, 2019, his first day on the job.
I'll make sure our cabinet members, if I'm not, that we have a spokesperson on behalf of the superintendent.
Despite those words, that interview remains the only interview Dr. Williams has ever granted Project Baltimore, even though since 2019, our reporting has uncovered serious concerns in his district. A sex offender attending Parkville High School, school buses passing inspection with broken parts, financial documents shredded during a financial audit. Yet through all of it, Dr. Williams has refused to interview with Project Baltimore.
Do you believe in transparency?
Absolutely.
I do, yes.
If you are elected to the school board, will you make yourself available to the media?
I will make myself available to the public.
If it is something I'm familiar with, yes.
Absolutely.
There should be no secrets. It should be transparent, clear as glass. You can see everything.
So the board has to be communicating and collaborating with all stakeholders.
I'm a parent, and education should be a straightforward and simple thing.
I am a public servant.
I wanted to see our kids put first, and I wanted to see our parents' concerns and questions answered.
We also asked the candidates about school violence and if Superintendent Dr. Darrell Williams' contract should be renewed when it comes due in June. That story first aired last week. You can find their answers on our website, foxbaltimore.com. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Concerns over the safety of children after a violent weekend in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear what community members are calling for.
Those low clouds, the ground clouds, starting to break up this hour. Meteorologist Justin Chambers back in just a few minutes to let us know how much warmer we will get today. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:40, we start this half hour in a city in crisis. Concerns about the safety of children in Baltimore City are growing after 3 teenagers are shot within hours of each other this weekend.
Now, in all 3, the people were killed, and then 7 others were shot.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from Southwest Baltimore with a look at what caused the violence and the growing concerns from city residents. Olivia.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And on Sunday, 3 teens were wounded in separate shootings. One of the victims is a 16-year-old boy, and he was shot in the head. So far, no arrests have been made, though. And that 16-year-old was shot in the Penn Lucy neighborhood, which is in North Baltimore. And Fox 45 News spoke to a neighbor about the issue of teen violence. She wanted to remain anonymous, though, out of fear of retaliation. Take a listen.
I think the parents need to get involved. It's beyond the city council and the mayor. Like, we have to be responsible for our own children.
According to Baltimore police, so far this year, there have been 16 victims of homicides, ages 17 and younger. There have also been 54 victims, 17 and younger, who were shot but survived.
We need tougher penalties. We need serious action. We need people to be held responsible for their actions. We need consequences to be made.
Pastor Darren Farmer, who you just heard, wants those responsible for crime to be held accountable. And all the shootings among teens is a tragic reminder for one Baltimore woman who is a family friend of 14-year-old Travis Slaughter, who was shot and killed in Pikesville last month.
I think that the youth should be educated more, and there should be more programs, and people need to get involved. And you know, I know it sounds crazy. I'm very passionate about this because it's sad, because we're losing our young people at an alarming rate.
And Baltimore County Police have arrested a 17-year-old suspect in Slaughter's murder. But as of this morning, again, police haven't made any arrests in this weekend's teen shootings. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Leading up to Election Day, we are bringing some of the candidates straight to you. After the break, we speak with Nicolai Ambrose as she is looking to unseat the congressman in Maryland's 2nd District.
And time is running out if you haven't paid your tolls here in Maryland. Why bills were suspended for a short period of time and the deadline to get them paid now. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:45, 1 week from today, voters will make their way to the polls to decide the direction that Maryland will take. Between now and then, we're taking you beyond the podium, meeting the candidates that are vying for your vote. Republican Nicole Ambrose is looking to unseat Congressman Dutch Ruppersberger in Maryland's 2nd District, and she is joining us this morning with a look at her plan for Maryland. Good morning.
Great to be with you.
So let's talk first about your background and what brings you to this congressional run, trying to unseat a longtime incumbent. This would be your first elected office?
This is true. Long story short is I'm just sick of being taken for granted by really the political ruling class in the Baltimore area. I think we feel like our government is not very responsive. And in my case, I'm running against Dutch Ruppersberger, who has been in this office for 20 years and in some form of elective office for nearly 40 years. And we're just not getting any amount of responsiveness from him. His offices are always closed. We can't get action on basic constituent services. And this is supposed to be about public service. This is supposed to be about representing our constituents and taking that voice to D.C. And it's hard to do that when we've only seen Dutch out in the district once this year.
You say that one of your top concerns for Marylanders is affordability issues.
Exactly.
What are those issues and how do you address them?
So I'm a mom, I have 2 children, and I'm a single mom, so I have to kind of bear the brunt of all those expenses myself. And, you know, I go to the grocery store and, you know, milk's $1.50 more a gallon and cereal's up 16%, and I can't even find dog food half the time. And life is just unaffordable. And then I go to the gas station and it takes, you know, more than $60 to fill up my car with gas as I'm running my kids around to errands. It is just unaffordable. And I think all of these are man-made problems created by Washington, D.C. and poor policy decisions. So I think it's really important to add, you know, a 2-party system to this mix to have some competition and stop spending money we don't have at the federal level, which is just driving up the price of everything we are buying and just making our lives unaffordable.
Public safety always top of mind for many in the state. Where does that fall among your priorities? And what can you do federally to impact what is happening here in the state and in the city?
That is one of my top 3 priorities. You know, obviously, part of this district is a sliver of Baltimore City, most all of Baltimore County and Carroll County. And a huge concern of our, you know, fellow residents and voters is crime. And I am running once again against Dutch, who voted last year. He actually sponsored the bill in Congress to defund the police. And no one in this district wants to defund the police. My priority is to fund first responders, make sure when we call 911, someone shows up at our house for that emergency. Do we believe in accountability? Absolutely. But we need first responders there when it's urgent. So I am absolutely supporting everything we can do to fund first responders. And, you know, if DOJ wants to come to Baltimore, that is great. But let us work with them to make sure we can get our homicide rate down. Okay. I think the residents of the Baltimore area will have a lot more faith in our system when we find who killed our neighbor's brother or sister and give some closure to that family, and then just overall get these homicide rates down, because it's hard for our children to have faith in the future when they don't feel their lives are valued.
All right, Nicole Ambrose, 1 week to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's 7:49. We have to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice. And starting to see, Tom, as well, good morning to you. Starting to see the sun come out. In fact, a really cool shot here from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam with those clouds that are still kind of hanging around. Still some patchy fog in certain areas, but it is nice to see the sun again, as we haven't seen it for a couple of days. So I know when it gets all cloudy, we get a little irritable and we want to see the sun come back out. Let me tell you, great afternoon is in store for us, guys. We're talking about temps that will rise into the lower 70s, and you can see the average high is 63. So some of us about 10 degrees above average this afternoon, officially going for a high of 73 later today, and the sun will be up until 6:06 tonight. We know those sunrise and sunset times are going to change drastically on Sunday after the time change, which happens this weekend. 63 your average high this time of year. Most of us into the lower 70s here for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air, even 70 in Elkton, 70 your temp in Chestertown. 1.21 gigawatts of electricity. You won't even need the electricity or the heat on or the air, maybe the air, but this is Curtis and Mike, a couple of our directors, and they dressed up as Back to the Future. Great Scott! So that's a great outfit. I love that. A lot of great outfits, a lot of great photos that are coming in still after your Halloween. Now, pilots today starting off a little low IFR and IFR, but eventually we'll have a VFR day. Visual flight rules, not much wind out there, and eventually more of those clear skies that we love to do and fly around in. Here's a look at our future scan. Clouds rolling out of here. Tomorrow we'll see more of that sun start to roll in, especially as we head into the morning and afternoon, and into Thursday staying dry as well. Even Friday we get an increase in cloud cover later in the day, but overall we're still not tracking any rain. In fact, the next 7 days stay mainly dry. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. So numbers come down a little bit into Wednesday and Thursday, but then they're right back up into the low and mid 70s. This weekend looking great for the first weekend of November. Again, that time change happens Sunday officially at 2 a.m., but when you go to bed Saturday night, get that extra hour of sleep. I know a lot of us are excited about that. Patrice?
Woo-hoo. That's right. All right, well, this month is a last call for more than 1 million drivers who use Maryland's toll roads.
Your grace period is coming to an end, and if you have any outstanding video tolls to pay, you need to pay them up quick.
That's right. In the early days of the pandemic, Maryland suspended sending bills for video tolls. The state decided to forgive all the late fees leveled against drivers after retroactive tickets began going out. But that grace period will end November 30th, and that means each unpaid video toll will receive a $25 penalty.
Back in August, we sent out Act Now letters to 1.3 million customers who had made no payments on their tolls to date since that program launched. That number now has grown to 1.7 million. So that's why we're here today, to make sure that these customers are aware.
Well, this does not impact drivers who use an Easy Pass transponder. It only applies to those who use Maryland's toll roads and bridges and then get their bills in the mail.
The Baltimore Station Star Stripes and Child Chili Cook-Off is going down this weekend at the lovely Camden Yards. We'll check in with them coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
And a local swimmer continues to break records internationally. The lengths 10-time Olympic medalist Katie Ledecky is going to for her passion.
Speaking of passion, we need some of that energy that Ledecky has, right?
That's right. It is a good time for a coffee break. It is 7:56 and now to a bright spot for your morning. Maryland's own swimmer Katie Ledecky continues to reach new heights.
We've been here before, right? We had another swimmer that reached some new heights, too. Now, she set a world record in the 1,500-meter freestyle in Canada Saturday. The 10-time Olympic medalist, who doesn't compete in short course events very often, finished in just over 15 minutes and 8 seconds.
And that is nearly 10 seconds off the previous record set back in 2019. Ledecky says she was confident about breaking the record because of how much she prepared. Good for her. Congrats.
Yeah. Congratulations. Some clouds and sun moving into our region today with warmer temperatures. Meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at how the temperatures will hold up for your first week in November. And speaking of pools, should we keep our pool open? Why not?
A couple says they were robbed by a squeegee kid. What they say happened after alerting a nearby officer. 7:57 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
If you don't give them what they want or enough of what they want, they're going to attack you. It's just wrong.
Yet another instance of crime involving a squeegee kid. This time, a couple robbed Saturday evening, but a nearby police officer apparently did little to get that wallet back. Fox 45 News continues to question the mayor's stance on squeegee kids, while presumptive City State's Attorney Ivan Bates has promised to clear the corners once in office.
Good morning to all of you on this Tuesday. It's November 1st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and see how it's feeling through the sugar that we all have right now.
Right, the sugar hangover that we're starting to crash from here right now. Yeah, exactly. Good morning, ladies, and good morning to all of you. Yeah, I mean, if you didn't think it was already holiday season, it is. As we know, we had Halloween last night, and now we've just got about 2 months until 2023. Put that in your pocket for your day today. Let's take a look outside. Look at that beautiful picture right there from our Mile One Auto Group cam. I love when we can show you these great sunrise shots, and it's nice to see the sun again today, returning from a brief break. As you head out the door, maybe not even a jacket. And we've got mild temperatures right side of your screen. A lot of us are in the 50s, even some lower 60s. Definitely need those sunglasses today. No need for the umbrella. Yard and gardening cast, if you're cleaning up your Halloween decor and getting some of those leaves raked up, look at those numbers. Upper 60s and lower 70s into the afternoon. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Justin, thank you. In a city in crisis, we start off with an ongoing issue on city streets, squeegee kids. Any day now, Baltimore City could reveal what to do next about squeegee kids. Well, the city waits for its leaders to do something. Another incident takes place. Fox 45 News has learned on Saturday, just off of Interstate 83, a driver had his wallet taken by a squeegee kid, and it was just steps from a police officer. The couple said they lost about $300 in cash. The victim is a physician coming from Baltimore County to the city for dinner. He wanted to hide his name, but spoke with us about what happened.
I gave him the $2. He must have seen, I didn't have a lot of cash, but I did have some cash in my billfold, and he saw it, and he says to me, "Hey, OJ, give me another 20. I said to him, no. I never thought that he would grab my wallet and run like a little punk.
He goes on to tell us that there was a Baltimore police officer in the median.
And I pulled over. I reported it to him. He says, "Can a detective call you?" I laughed. I'm like, "What? Yeah, sure. Like, what, are you going to catch this guy? You're not going to catch him." He goes, "We'll call you." But the funny thing was, he never asked for my phone number. So when he took my information off my license, there is no phone number in your license, and nobody's bothered to call me. It's a joke.
Right now, the mayor continues to stand by his statements that the current laws banning this activity will not be enforced. Police say that drivers aren't the only ones being put at risk. Squeegee kids are too. Earlier this month, we reported about a 26-year-old man accused of shooting 2 squeegee kids. Court records show that he targeted his victims because he thought the squeegee kids stole from his mother using a Cash App scam. These incidents are among the reasons that Ivan Bates, the city's likely next city state's attorney, says that squeegee kids cannot stay on the streets.
But they can't be there. It's not safe for the squeegee workers. It's not safe for the citizens. I've done the legal research from my standpoint, and I feel good about where we are. I don't necessarily view it as clearing the corners. I view it as enforcing the law.
We want to know what you think. Will Mayor Brandon Scott pivot on squeegee kids? So far, 98% of those who voted say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Pulse tab to weigh in. Now, as we approach Election Day, in 1 week, crime remains a main issue on the minds of voters. A man shot by a security guard outside of a Royal Farms in southwest Baltimore is in critical condition. As he fights for his life, the incident is shedding light on a disturbing trend. Olivia Dance joining us this morning from that Royal Farms with what could be fueling the problems there. Olivia?
Yeah, Patrice, that's exactly right. And I want to show you that there's actually still police tape here at the Royal Farms. On Sunday morning, witnesses say the security guard at this Royal Farms was the shooter and was trying to stop a thief. This is now the second time, though, in less than 2 weeks that a security guard has been involved in a shooting. The 26-year-old man who the guard shot is still in grave condition. And on October 21st, police say a guard shot a suspected shoplifter in the face after the victim attempted to stab the guard with a syringe. That incident, on top of Sunday's shooting, is causing concern among city residents.
Puts me on edge. Of course, it makes you feel uneasy. Everybody seems apt to violence, and it's getting progressively worse.
At a meeting last week, Baltimore police touted progress they've made following a severe crime surge this summer, applauding the efforts that brought down robberies. But a closer look at the data shows there's actually been a 73% increase in convenience store robberies. This time last year, there were 202 convenience store robberies, and this year they've been sent to 350. But when Fox 45 News tried to question the commissioner on this, we were denied.
Questions, we'll be happy to respond to you in writing and get you all the answers to all your questions. Thank you.
And Fox 45 News followed up with the department to ask how they plan to address the increase in convenience store crime. And we've yet to hear back, but we also asked police for their report from the shooting here at the Royal Farms, and we were told that it's still being drafted. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Kids are not going to buy into learning if they're afraid or they don't care.
Project Baltimore hears from candidates for Baltimore County School Board what they say needs to change to improve student performance and reduce violence.
We are 1 week away from Election Day. The important things you need to know so that you can properly cast your vote.
Fog is starting to lift right now. We're getting a little bit more sunshine poking through, and we've got a real nice afternoon on the way. We're going to talk about it coming up in just a few. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. Stay with us, won't you?
Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage, we are exactly 1 week away from Election Day, and many candidates are working to gain your vote.
There are also some important dates that you need to be aware of to make sure that you're able to cast your ballot.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with the important things that you need to know heading into Election Day. Shannon.
Yeah, you do not want to miss this, Megan. Today marks the deadline to request your mail-in ballot for the 2022 general election. So that means if you can't make it out to the polls on Election Day, all you'd have to do is send it in. So if that's something that you're interested in, we want to pull up some information right here on your screen for how you can do that. According to the Maryland State Board of Elections, you can request your mail-in ballot by submitting an online or paper application by mail or at your local Board of Elections office. And if you'd like to receive a mail-in ballot for all future elections, you can also sign up for the permanent mail-in ballot list when requesting one. Now, if you want to receive your ballot via the internet, your deadline to request that ballot is November 4th. If you're casting your ballot by mail, though, remember it must be postmarked by Election Day, which is coming up. It's Tuesday, November 8th. And if you're just waiting and wanting to do early voting, you just have 2 more days to get that done. It lasts until Thursday, November 3rd. And early voting centers are open pretty much all day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And remember, same-day voter registration is available for all eligible Marylanders on that same day right there at your early voting centers or even on Election Day. You just need to make sure you bring proper documentation that proves your place of residence. Megan, Patrice?
Shannon, if people do want to register at an early voting center, what do they need to bring?
So you can bring several forms of documentation that will work, and this will work on Election Day as well. We want to pull up a list right here of what you need to bring. So you can bring an MVA-issued driver's license, that will work, or an ID card or change of address card, anything that shows proof of address. So that's just naming a few, but you can get an idea just by looking at the list right there on your screen. But the big takeaway here is that all of this is very simple, and your voice matters. So get out there and vote. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly. Fox 45 Morning News.
Be sure to check out the Fox 45 News Voter Guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election. You can point your phone's camera at the QR code there on your screen. That will take you straight there, or you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. City Council President Nick Mosby's aide pleads guilty to a gun charge. The answers we're now looking for from the City Council President's office.
If you don't give them what they want or enough of what they want, they're going to attack you. It's just wrong.
A couple says they were robbed by a squeegee kid steps away from a police station. We're going to speak with a law enforcement expert on what needs to be done to curb chaos in city streets. It is 8:12 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We come back with breaking news, 8:14 now. TMZ is reporting that rapper Takeoff from the group Migos has died following a shooting in Houston. In a news conference, police have confirmed that Takeoff and his bandmate Quavo were at a private party at a bowling alley and pool hall when those shots rang out. Now, police did not identify the person killed. They only said that someone was killed, but 2 other individuals were also shot and taken to the hospital where they are undergoing surgery. Their condition is not known, but TMZ is reporting that it was Takeoff that was shot and killed. The shooting happening around 2:30 this morning.
And I pulled over. I reported it to him. He says, "Can a detective call you?" I laughed. I'm like, "What? Yeah, sure. Like, what, are you going to catch this guy? You're not going to catch him." He goes, "We'll call you." But you know the funny thing was? He never asked for my phone number. So when he took my information off my license, there is no phone number in your license. And nobody's bothered to call me. You know, it's a joke.
A Baltimore couple says a squeegee kid stole their wallet over the weekend as they were stopped on East Fayette and President Streets. The couple says, as you heard there, police were stationed right at that intersection but did not take a police report at the scene and instead told them to call a phone number. This morning, law enforcement expert and former chief of police in Martinsburg, West Virginia, Mari Richards, joining us live to weigh in. Mari, good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
Is this normal protocol for something like this?
No, you know, what I've seen in this story is an absolute disgrace. I've been a policeman 29 years, and to, you know, see this, hear it, and read it makes me sick. But this is what happens when you have a mayor who puts criminals before law-abiding citizens, assigns police as chaperones for these squeegee thugs to commit crime without being interfered with, and now is going to use the interests of these criminals and thugs to make policy. Right. And this is what happens when all those things come together.
Mari, it seems like there's a little gray area. While the mayor may not be wanting to clear the streets, if police see or hear about a crime happening, someone trying to report it, is that then their duty to go and look into it? Should a police report be taken no matter what?
Well, not only should a police report be taken, but that officer needs to take action. And that's one of the things that is so disgraceful, is to see a law-abiding citizen be a victim of a robbery and do nothing about it. I mean, they should have chased this thug down. They either already know who he is, or they could ask one of his fellow so-called workers to identify him.
Mari, let me ask you this. Why do you think police wouldn't have done that? Do you think that they feel as though the case wouldn't get prosecuted? Is that what it comes down to? Or hypothetically, what do you think happened there?
Well, it all starts at the top, Megan. And when you have a commissioner who is telling their officers to ignore crime, and what these squeegee thugs are doing, they commit a crime every time they step in the street.
Do you think the commissioner is saying ignore crime, or is he just saying that they're going to go about the squeegee kids differently?
Well, I mean, it looks to me like they're ignoring it. I mean, they're sitting there watching these thugs go in the street every day, 100 times. Every time they do that, that's a crime. And those laws are not being enforced. So, you know, you create that type of bad morale where you're already watching crime happen, and then you just take it to the next step. So these officers, they really think it doesn't matter. But, you know, what's going to happen this week with this so-called squeegee collaborative, I'm going to predict that whatever they come with is going to be an absolute fraud, because they're basing it on the mayor's false claim that this is protected speech. It absolutely is not. Okay. 4 months ago, the commissioner said he was getting guidance from the Department of Justice on this, whether it was constitutional. Well, where's that letter? What was the answer? Because I guarantee that no one in the Department of Justice is going to say that these laws are unconstitutional.
Well, I know we'll be talking about this again next week, and we'll see what does come of this. Mari, thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
8:19, time to get another check of our forecast.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
If you're not rating your kids' candy this morning, just know, go to the store, probably 50% off for those big old bags, you know, as we get into the next couple of days. Now we're in November. We can start thinking about our turkeys and all the good things we're going to be having for Thanksgiving coming up in 23 days from right now. So that's 3 weeks from Thursday. Beautiful shot here from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Yeah, we still have some clouds hanging around, and there's still some dense fog to the south of us. All the areas here on the map here, which includes Montgomery and PG County and D.C. under dense fog advisories. So as you drive south on 95 or 295, however you get down to D.C. this morning, just know going to run into some of those low clouds. Golfers, though, man, mild conditions, 62 next hour, 70 by noon. Finally can get out there back on the golf course with some more sunshine today and not much wind to get in your way either. Typically 63 is our number for November 1st, but a lot of us are going to see the lower 70s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Cockeysville, Perry Hall and White Marsh also at 71 this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties in those low to mid 70s, even 73 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena and 71 in Annapolis. And up and down the 95 corridor looking very nice today. Good weather in Philly for tonight's Game 3 of the World Series that was postponed from last night. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, green lights across the board. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up, no issues there in terms of any rain. And you'll see those clouds kind of hanging around throughout the day today, but a lot more sunshine already working in. Tomorrow also looking pretty good. We may start with a few clouds in the morning, but looking good on Wednesday and into Thursday. As you head toward Friday, that high slides a little farther to the east and we'll pull in a little bit more of that cloud cover. But overall, we're not tracking any rain. And in fact, it's going to be probably till the end of the weekend, early next week before we have any chance at seeing any precipitation. 7-day forecast, let's roll it for you. Lower 70s today and tomorrow, upper 60s on Thursday, then low to mid 70s as we head into our first weekend of November. Patrice?
Who wants to be a billionaire? Why you should really consider buying a Powerball ticket before tomorrow night.
And we're at Camden Yards, Stars, Stripes, and Chow, the reigning chili champion. We'll talk to her, maybe get some secret tips on the recipe coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Now taking place tonight.
Happening at 8:03 right here on Fox 45. Just a programming note, the entire World Series schedule shifts back a day. So here is a list of that new schedule. And again, just a reminder, Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune will air after our newscast. That follows the game instead of their usual times. Keep that in mind. Thanks for waking up with us. It's Tuesday, November 1st. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. It looks like Christmas in Philadelphia. You've got the undefeated Eagles, and then you've got the Phillies, so you've got the red and the green all throughout the city here. Yeah, Christmas time in Philly.
Way to take the holidays down.
Wow.
Unless you're a Phillies fan.
Yeah, I mean, come on, why not, right?
Yeah, that guy is from Philly next to you, Meg. That's why he's on.
Yo, how you doing, huh?
Hey, how you doing?
So are you rooting for the Phillies?
I'm not really a baseball fan, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, I've been
I
Eagles
want the
fan for
Phillies
quite
to
some
win,
time. But yeah, that'd be nice to see
They're
them
going to win it in
Houston.
6. So
especially after Houston's been cheating so many times.
They're going to win it in 6, so that's what's going to be
They had
taking
their
place,
day.
just so you know. All right, yes, the World Series right here, Fox 45 this week. Let's take a look outside right now, and we're looking in at Fed Hill, where we're seeing the clouds still kind of hanging around at this time. That sun is poking through, and we're going to see more of the sunshine as we get later into the day today. In fact, numbers have been mild this morning. 56 in Cockeysville. We're at 55 in Rosedale, 57 in Brooklyn Park, and Glen Burnie at 60. So low to mid and upper 60s here in the next few hours, and lower 70s through midday today. We'll take another look at what we can expect for our weekend forecast ahead. That's coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. We are now just 1 week away from Election Day. Voters will have many very important decisions to make, including who will lead their local school systems.
In Baltimore County, 7 new school board members will be elected. Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joins us live this morning. Chris, you were able to speak with some of those candidates, all of them, about some of the most pressing issues in the school district. And tell us about what they were saying, though, when you were pushing them with some questions.
Yeah, good morning, Tom and Megan. There's a lot of people that, a lot of media doesn't pay a lot of close attention to these local school board races, but these are vitally important because the Baltimore County, for example, spends $2 billion tax dollars a year. $2 billion tax dollars. It's about half of Baltimore County. The county itself's entire budget goes to the school system. So these are very important elections. They don't get a lot of attention. So here at Fox 45, we are giving them the attention that they deserve. And in Baltimore County, there are 12 school board members. 7 of them are going to be elected a week from today. The other ones are appointed. Baltimore County has a hybrid board. Only 4 school systems in the state have this hybrid board. And we spoke with 5 of the candidates. We reached out to 8 of them. 3 of them are running unopposed. And of the 5, we spoke about student performance, because we can see that test scores in Baltimore County over the past 5 or 6 years are certainly trending down, even before COVID. We talked about transparency. We talked about Dr. Williams. We talked about CRT. We talked about a lot of the main things that people are talking about within not just Baltimore County schools, but schools around the country. And if people want to go and foxbaltimore.com, you can see we did 2 stories on the candidates, the 5 that we talked about, and where they stand on the issues. Try to get informed and make the best vote that you can.
Chris, I know transparency was a big issue, though. Hearing from those who will be on the school board after 2 years of parents frustrated trying to find out exactly what's going on with their children and being forced to teach them from home and finding out about the curriculum. Now it seems like transparency is even bigger than before, when the school board, or as you were saying, Dr. Williams wasn't speaking with the media at all, or really the public that much.
Well, Dr. Williams still isn't speaking with the media. He has only granted Project Baltimore one interview in the 3.5 years that he has been the superintendent. And that one interview was his very first day on the job on July 1st of 2019. So the transparency still isn't there. But we asked all 5 of the candidates that are running, if they are to get on the school board, if they were to win, will they make themselves available to Project Baltimore and make themselves available to the media when issues come up? And all 5 of them said unequivocally they believe in transparency. They will make themselves available to Project Baltimore, the public, the media, the parents. That's what they said. So we have it on camera.
Yeah.
And if these school board members happen to get on, we're going to hold them accountable to that.
All right. Chris Papps, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
We want to turn now to a city in crisis. Concerns about the safety of children in Baltimore City are growing after a particularly violent weekend.
Yeah, 3 people were killed over the weekend, 7 others shot. 3 of those victims were teenagers. All of them shot within hours of each other Sunday.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from Southwest Baltimore with a closer look at what caused this violence and the growing concerns from city residents. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, that's exactly right. On Sunday, 3 teens were wounded in separate shootings. One of the victims is a 16-year-old boy, and he was shot in the head. So far, though, no arrests have been made. And that 16-year-old boy was shot in the Penn Lucy neighborhood, which is in North Baltimore. And Fox 45 News spoke to a neighbor about the issue of teen violence. She wanted to remain anonymous out of fear of retaliation. Take a listen.
I think the parents need to get involved. It's beyond the city council and the mayor. Like, we have to be responsible for our own children.
According to Baltimore police, so far this year, there have been 16 victims of homicides, ages 17 and younger. There have also been 54 victims, 17 and younger, who were shot but survived.
We need tougher penalties. We need serious action. We need people to be held responsible for their actions. We need consequences to be made.
Pastor Darren Farmer, who you just heard from, wants those responsible for crime to be held accountable. And all of the shootings among teens is a tragic reminder for one Baltimore woman who is a family friend of 14-year-old Travis Slaughter, who was shot and killed in Pikesville last month.
I think that the youth should be educated more, and there should be more programs, and people need to get involved. And you know, I know it sounds crazy. I'm very passionate about this because it's sad, because we're losing our young people at an alarming rate.
And Baltimore County Police have arrested a 17-year-old suspect in Slaughter's murder. But again, as of this morning, police haven't made any arrests in this weekend's teen shootings. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Time is running out. If you haven't paid your tolls in Maryland, why bills were suspended for a short period of time.
And some clouds and sun moving into the region today with warmer temperatures. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at how the temperatures hold up for the first week of November. It's 8:37. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Coming up on 8:40, and the days are numbered for anyone with outstanding video tolls to pay your balance without additional penalties.
In just under a month, Maryland drivers could see a hefty bill for unpaid fees.
Taylor Stewart joining us live with a message from Maryland transportation leaders. Taylor, good morning.
Good morning. Here it is, your final warning right now to get those unpaid toll fees in. You got until the 1st of December until you'll start to see some fees accrue with that. Now, keep in mind, here in Maryland, when you have an MTA issued Easy Pass, you go through those toll roads without issue. But if you don't, they take a picture of your license plate. And anyone who hasn't paid their fees on those license plates that have gone through these toll roads will see an increase in fines. That begins on the 1st of December. I do want to let you know, though, we spoke with the folks at MTA, and they say they've got a lot of people behind on their bills. Take a listen.
Back in August, we sent out Act Now letters to 1.3 million customers who had made no payments on their tolls to date since that program launched. That number now has grown to 1.7 million. So that's why we're here today, to make sure that these customers are aware.
State transportation officials say starting at midnight on the 31st of this month, forgiveness ends for those late fees and fines. The balances will be sent to collections. If you'd like to avoid that, you've got to get it paid as soon as possible. That's the latest here in South Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart. Back to you.
Now, Taylor, where do drivers go, though, if they're unsure about an outstanding balance, if they have one or not?
They've got a website for you. You want to check out driveeasymd.com. There you can check out any balances you may have. Maybe you think you have gone through toll roads and maybe forgot. It's wise to do that in advance of this deadline. That's the latest here in South Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer deaths in the U.S. And starting today, it is Lung Cancer Awareness Month. Still ahead, the free life-saving test you could sign up for this week.
And the price of fame, why some Twitter users should get ready to pay the platform $20 a month just to keep the blue check mark right near their name. 8:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Time right now, 8:45 on your Tuesday. It is Hump Day Eve, the day after Halloween, the Day of the Dead is what they call it. Our Towson camera right now. We've got a few clouds out there. Sun is out. We love to see that after all of that cloud cover and the rain. And I know we had the rain for the trick-or-treaters last night, but man, we had plenty of kids in our neighborhood. My wife and I have been handing out candy for years. Never had a line down the driveway waiting for our candy bowl. So I guess we had some pretty decent candy. 59-year temp right now in Towson. Notice the dew point at 58 degrees. So I always talk about when those numbers are close, that's typically when we have a very saturated atmosphere, which is what we're still seeing. So there's still some patchy fog out there. But overall, Daryl the Dragonfly going to be buzzing around here over the next couple of hours. Upper 60s and lower 70s today. Those numbers about 10 degrees above average and about 5 or 6 degrees warmer than what we saw yesterday. Even with the cloud cover, we still made it to 67. But how about 70 in Westminster and Bel Air, 70 in Chestertown, 68 Stevensville, lower 70s for Annapolis, even 73 in Baltimore City. Temperatures around the country, nice warm conditions for most of the Central Plains down through the southeast U.S., a little cooler in Detroit and much colder out west. In fact, they're dealing with a large winter-like system that's coming in, dropping temps in Seattle and Portland, and over the next couple of days bringing snow to the mountains in the higher elevations of the Rockies. Pilots, finally a good day to fly. Eventually we'll get to some VFR conditions, especially later this afternoon, but man, I've been itching to get up there. I know we had those low ceilings yesterday, so it should be a good day to get out there and fly. Now, you'll still see a few clouds rolling around throughout the afternoon today, but we're not tracking any rain. Heading toward tomorrow morning, we'll start off with some cloud cover as well, but a lot more sunshine by tomorrow afternoon, and that's going to carry over into Thursday as well. Even Friday is still looking pretty good with temperatures that I think a lot of us will like. 5 days until the time change, just 10 until Veterans Day. My birthday's in 22 days, and Thanksgiving in 23 days from right now. So Terrence the Turkey getting all ready for that, and hopefully you're getting ready for Turkey Day as well. Don't jump to Christmas already. I know everybody wants to, oh, it's all right, play the Christmas music. Come on. Let's just have Thanksgiving first. So, all right, 7-day forecast looking good. And again, that time change happens this weekend, so don't forget to fall back. And speaking of fall, time to take a look at a view through your window. Beautiful shot here from Amy, who sent this picture in of the fall colors. I love how you can still see some green there, the evergreens and the deciduous trees looking very nice. So we would love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that squiggly thing right there on your screen. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and you see the drive times right there. 17 minutes to travel from 795 to 95, double what you would be if you were in the green there. 8:48, and lung cancer is by far the leading cause of cancer deaths. More than 100,000 adults in the U.S. die from lung cancer each year, making up nearly 25% of all cancer deaths. Lung Center at Mercy Medical Center is hosting a free lung cancer prevention seminar to help reduce overall cancer mortality rate. Board-certified pulmonologist and member of the Lung Center, Dr. Sai Sakar, is joining us now with some more. Dr. Sakar, how are you doing this morning?
Good. Thank you very much for having me. My pleasure to be here.
Sure. I mean, 480,000 people die from smoking. I know that's not just lung cancer, but in the U.S. every year. I mean, these are numbers that are staggering, and tobacco is a major cause of this. But lung cancer specifically, though, what's causing so many deaths here in the U.S.?
So you hit it right on the nail there. Smoking is the biggest risk factor. 80% of lung cancer deaths are related to smoking. That means that 20% of non-smokers are still acquiring lung cancer, and that's other risk. And those risks can be, toxic chemicals in the workplace. One of the second leading causes is radon in the environment, and specifically in homes and buildings. So, it seeps through the earth, and it's a breakdown of uranium. The problem is it's colorless, tasteless, and odorless. So you don't know, and it concentrates in homes and buildings. So in order to reduce that risk, you have to have your home tested or buildings tested. And that's a big key for prevention. And smoking cessation or avoiding secondhand smoke is huge risk reduction factors.
Yeah, radon is such a slowly pursued risk there, too. So it's really easy to get that checked. But let's talk about the screening options then. How do you screen somebody in case they have lung cancer?
So screening, the idea here is to detect the cancer at an earlier stage, because if you can shift the stage to early, the chance of cure or reducing its mortality is almost 10 times than detecting in an advanced stage. So you have to know if you're a high-risk person, and a high-risk person is anyone between the age of 50 and 80. and you are a current smoker or you've quit smoking in the last 15 years and you have a 20-pack year history. And in order to calculate that pack history, you take the number of years you've smoked by the average packs you smoked. For example, if you smoke 20 years, 1 pack a day, you have a 20-pack year history. So those are the key risks for high-risk people that should seek, lung cancer screening to reduce their overall mortality. We've had good lung studies that show that if you do this and you detect the cancer early, you can reduce the cancer mortality by 20%.
Dr. Sakar, I mean, secondhand smoke is also a major issue, too. Even a home that had a previous smoker in it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Smoke hangs around a lot longer than people think. It gets under the walls, clothing, and it can be a major factor for development of chronic lung disease, not only lung cancer. And it's estimated over 20,000 deaths per year from just secondhand exposure.
All right, Dr. Sakar, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Look forward to that upcoming screening that you guys are holding, too. We'll put that on our website.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
8:51. Trending now. If you haven't purchased a Powerball ticket, probably going to want to do that by Wednesday night.
That's because the Powerball jackpot has now climbed to an obnoxious $1.2 billion after no one matched the winning numbers last night.
If someone is lucky enough to get the winning numbers, it will be the second biggest jackpot in Powerball history and the fourth biggest in U.S. lottery history. Again, the next Powerball drawing is tomorrow night, Wednesday night.
Well, Twitter is considering charging users for their coveted blue badge, that check mark.
Yeah, so that blue check mark lets people know that an account of public interest is authentic or verified that it's really the person. It's particularly helpful for celebrities and influential accounts.
But according to internal Twitter documents leaked here, the update would have verified users paying $20 a month for subscription service. If existing users don't start paying for the product within 90 days, they could lose their verified status.
Whether you love her or hate her, there is no denying that Taylor Swift has captivated the world with her newest album, Midnights. My friends are going insane because she just announced her tour right now. Just tweeting
I see that.
like crazy.
Yeah, it's Mackenzie Frost also apparently who's posting something on here too.
My goodness.
In fact, now Taylor Swift is now the first artist to ever claim all 10 spots of the Billboard's top 100 chart. So she's the top 10 out of the top 100.
Unbelievable. Number one this week, Anti-Hero, the lead single off of Swift's 10th studio album. The rest of the 9 slots were from other tracks on the album, including Lavender Haze and Karma.
Now, earlier this month, Swift became Spotify's most streamed artist over a 24-hour period following Midnight's release.
Apparently, Ticketmaster is now shutting down because people are calling about pre-sale tickets.
All right, well, happening in our next hour, something about some music. Keep watching for your cue to call in. You could win tickets to see Tina, the Tina Turner musical, right at the Hippodrome.
The show is happening on November 15th at 8 p.m. Caller number 1 will win. Again, stay tuned to our next hour for your chance to call and win.
Changes coming to Disney Plus, the new features being added, and the features that are no more.
And get ready for a skinking good time in our next hour. We said it right. We're going to introduce you to today's creature feature coming in straight from the Maryland Zoo. You got to wait for it. This is the tease. The lion is walking to the skink. That could be dangerous.
Walking to the skink. All right, well, if you don't know what a skink is, don't worry about it. You need some caffeine anyway.
Maybe contemplate that. It's time for a coffee break. It's 8:56, topping your morning business report. Shanghai's Disneyland Resort is closing down after a COVID outbreak. Many of the park's visitors were still inside when it was shut down. Guests were told they couldn't leave until they returned a negative test for the virus. Can you imagine? You're just stuck there in Disneyland, hanging out. Well, speaking of Disney, the company is reportedly testing a new ad-based plan of its popular streaming app, Disney Plus, but it could mean some popular features disappear. A report says the upcoming Disney Plus ad-supported tier might not contain both Group Watch and Share Play. It's not yet known if the decision will stay permanent upon the launch of the ad-supported tier, and Disney hasn't commented on the situation. After announcing price hikes late last month, Apple is now implementing them. The company has raised the price of Apple One, Apple Music, and Apple TV. Apple Music went up $1 to $10.99 a month. Apple TV Plus, now $6.99. Apple One, the company's bundling service, is now $16.99 a month. Millions of Americans live with diabetes. Genevieve Gorder is here with a solution to help with the complications that come with the disease in today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Hey everybody, did you know that 1 in 10 Americans have diabetes? It's a big number, and living with diabetes can be really difficult. And one of the most common complications is foot problems and even nerve damage called neuropathy. But it doesn't have to mean that you wear those typical plain white diabetic socks. Dr. Siegel's is changing that, and that's what I'm going to show you today. These are diabetic socks. They're colorful, they're fun, they're stylish, and a surgeon started this brand. He wanted his patients to care for their feet correctly and feel confident. So they created great looking socks to meet health requirements for diabetic and neuropathy patients. In fact, people who have other foot issues also just simply love these socks. So I want to show you these stretchy, non-binding top bands, which is fantastic, and extra padding on the entire bottom of the sock for extra comfort and protection. They keep your feet dry and healthy to prevent all those skin issues as well. These socks promote healthy and comfortable foot care. Maybe you're just on your feet all day, or you just love super comfy socks. Here you go. So we partnered with Dr. Siegel Socks to bring you an exclusive offer that you're not going to get anywhere else. We're offering up to 32% off today, you guys. The more you buy, the more you save. Take advantage of this deal at asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Don't give them what they want or enough of what they want, they're going to attack you. It's just wrong.
Yet another instance of crime involving a squeegee kid. This time, a couple robbed Saturday evening, but a nearby police officer apparently did little to get the wallet back. Fox 45 News continues to question the mayor's stance on squeegee kids, while presumptive City State's Attorney Ivan Bates has promised to clear the corners once again.
Good morning on this Tuesday, November 1st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax in our forecast.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a foggy start to the month of November, but we are going to get rid of some of that fog, welcome in some sunshine. We're already starting to see a break in the clouds. Temperatures at 59 over Towson, and you can see in the distance some of that fog. Winds are out of the southwest around 3 miles per hour, and visibility there down to 2 miles. Across the rest of the state, notice all of those areas in yellow and orange and even red. That indicates where we have the lowest visibility, and it's impacting a lot of the state. So as you drive this morning, just make sure to keep it safe on the roads. Now, once we make it to the afternoon, those temperatures will begin to rise. Currently, we're seeing the 50s across much of the state, a little bit cooler toward western Maryland, and in southern Maryland, a little higher. 64 right now in Salisbury. That's the high spot on the map. This afternoon, we are reaching the 70s, so we're in for a nice and lovely and warmer day. Then, once we head into the rest of the week, still great conditions. I'll break down what you can expect coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, looking out at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and our drive times, still a bit of a slowdown on the roads, especially in some areas. 795 to 95, that's going to take you about 21 minutes.
9:01, and in a city in crisis, we start off with an ongoing issue on city streets, and we're talking about squeegee kids. Any day now, Baltimore City could reveal what to do next about squeegee kids. And while the city waits for its leaders to do something, another incident takes place. Fox 45 News has learned that on Saturday, just off of Interstate 83, a driver had his wallet taken by a squeegee kid just steps from a police officer. The couple said they lost about $300 in cash. The victim is a physician coming from Baltimore County to the city for dinner. He wanted to hide his name, but spoke to us about what happened.
I gave him the $2. He must have seen, I didn't have a lot of cash, but I did have some cash in my billfold. And he saw it, and he says to me, "Hey, OJ, give me another 20. I said to him, no. I never thought that he would grab my wallet and run like a little punk.
He goes on to tell us that there was a Baltimore police officer in the median.
And I pulled over. I reported it to him. He says, "Can a detective call you?" I laughed. I'm like, "What? Yeah, sure. Like, what, are you going to catch this guy? You're not going to catch him." He goes, "We'll call you." But the funny thing was, he never asked for my phone number. So when he took my information off my license, there is no phone number in your license. And nobody's bothered to call me. It's a joke.
Right now, the mayor continues to stand by his statements that the current laws banning this activity will not be enforced. Police say drivers aren't the only ones being put at risk. Squeegee kids are too. Earlier this month, we reported about a 26-year-old man accused of shooting 2 squeegee kids. Court records show that he targeted his victims because he thought squeegee kids stole from his mother using a Cash App scam. These incidents are among the reasons that Ivan Bates, Baltimore's likely next city state's attorney, says squeegee kids can't stay on the streets.
Well, we want to know what you think. Will Mayor Brandon Scott pivot on squeegee kids? So far, 98% of those who voted say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
We have some new information coming out of Houston, where rapper Takeoff was shot and killed just hours ago.
Tom Rogers at our live center this morning with the details. Tom.
Yeah, you see the headline right here. TMZ reporting the 28-year-old rapper, whose real name is Kirsnick Kari Ball, one of the rap group Amigos. Now, known for chart songs such as Versace in 2013, the group would soar to the top of the charts in 2016 with Bad and Bougie. Well, Ball was apparently posting selfies at a billboard in bowling alley just minutes before that shooting that happened at 2:30 in the morning in Houston. Now, music world also getting rocked this morning, though, on the opposite side with this post. And Taylor Swift, now the first artist to hold the top 10 spots on the Billboard charts to 100. So the breaking Drake's record of 9 of those 10 spots in 2019. Swift also just releasing her concert tour dates, making this, the music world go crazy right here, trying to score tickets, the Swifties out there. Closest one, we were looking at this, look at this, Philadelphia, May 12th and 13th, and then you have to go to either East Rutherford, May 26th or 27th, or Pittsburgh on June 17th. Otherwise, nothing around here, no D.C. or Baltimore hits at all for Swift. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
And you got to wait till the 18th to book them, too. Thank you, Tom. Looking at 9:05 here this morning, the Federal Reserve expected to announce another substantial rate hike this week.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us live this morning from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, this week could be a turning point in the fight against inflation.
Yes, Megan and Patrice. So the Federal Reserve has made these massive 0.75 point rate hikes again and again as they attempt to cool inflation. But it does take time for the effects of those hikes to really set in. So while many expect Fed Chairman Jerome Powell will announce another 0.75% hike for the 4th time in a row this week, some Fed officials are expected to argue it may be time to ease the size of these hikes, allowing the Fed to analyze the impacts of the hikes they've already passed. So it's likely to be a pretty heated debate. We could see 0.5 point increase possibly instead. Now, these hikes do have very real impacts on Americans, making everything from mortgages to car loans to business loans more expensive. The Central Bank of Canada has already slowed their rate hikes. Europe is expected to slow theirs down as well.
Kayla, looking abroad now, there are signs the Biden administration may be abandoning its effort to revive the Obama-era Iran nuclear deal. What are you hearing on this?
So President Biden has remained pretty steadfast about his desire to revive the Iran nuclear deal that President Trump scrapped in 2018. But the tide could be changing. Now the administration says it will, quote, not waste time on trying to revive the talks with Iran in light of Tehran's brutal crackdown on anti-government protesters. These protests are in reaction to the death of the 22-year-old woman who died while in police custody over not properly wearing her hijab. Iran's support of Russia in the Ukrainian war is another sticking point between the two countries. And the recent comments were made by Rob Malley. He's the U.S. envoy for Iran. This is the closest the administration has come to saying they're abandoning negotiation efforts. Megan, Patrice.
All right. Thank you, Kayla.
Well, today's number of the day is 52, and that is the percentage of voters that have a favorable opinion of the FBI. A Scott Rasmussen national survey finds more than a third have an unfavorable opinion of the government agency. The survey shows 42% of voters think the FBI has too much authority and power. However, nearly 3/5 are opposed to defunding it.
Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage, we are exactly 1 week away from Election Day, and candidates are working nonstop to gain your vote.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with the important things you need to know to properly cast your vote as you prepare for Election Day. Shannon?
Yeah, and you don't want to miss it, Megan, because today marks the deadline to request a mail-in ballot for the 2022 general election, which is getting closer and closer. So that means if you can't make it out to the polls on Election Day, all you'd have to do is send it in. If that is something that you're interested in, we're going to put some information right here on your screen for how you can do that. According to the Maryland State Board of Elections, you can request your mail-in ballot by submitting an online or paper application by mail or at your local Board of Elections office. And if you'd like to receive a mail-in ballot for all future elections, you can also sign up for the permanent mail-in ballot list when you're requesting one. Now, if you want to receive your ballot via the internet, your deadline to request that ballot is on November 4th. If you are casting your ballot by mail, though, it must be postmarked by Election Day, which is Tuesday, November 8th. And if you're wanting to vote early, you still have time to do that from now until Thursday, November 3rd. So that's just 2 days away. Early voting centers, though, they're open daily from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And remember, same-day voter registration is available to all eligible Marylanders right there on that same day. So you can do it right there at your early voting center or on Election Day. You'll just need to remember to bring appropriate documentation that proves your residence here in the state. Megan?
Well, Shannon, if people are registering at early voting centers, what exactly do they need to bring?
Yeah, so that's a good question, and we actually want to list what they need to bring right here on your screen so you can just take a look at that. But there's several things that'll work. An MVA-issued driver's license will work, an ID card or change of address card will work as well, just to name a few, just something that does prove your residence here in the state. But the big takeaway here, Megan, is that all of this is very simple, and your voice matters, so everyone just needs to get out there and vote. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. And be sure to check out the Fox 45 News voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election. Just point your phone's camera right there at that QR code. That's going to take you right to our website, or you can head there yourself by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. All right, 9:10, and our Weather Authority team is here this morning.
That's right. We want to check back in with meteorologist Justin Chambers as the sun is making an appearance again today.
It will eventually. We had it earlier this morning, ladies, and right now you can still see some of those low clouds that have kind of fogged over here in parts of Towson. Really pretty. Those trees are just popping. They've been great the last week or so, and they'll continue to be that way, at least for the next week going into the middle of the month of November. Now, if you're going to be out and about for your yard and gardening cast, maybe cleaning up some of the Halloween decor or maybe raking some of those leaves, upper 60s and lower 70s with a lot more sunshine on the way later today. So even if those clouds and the fog are around right now, don't you worry, my friends. We're going to get it back to more sunny skies. 73 for our high. We dropped to 53 tonight. Back to the lower 70s for tomorrow, so a little cooler, but overall, we've got some very nice weather on the way. And meteorologist Jasmine Lomax will be back in just a few minutes to talk about that 7-day forecast.
All right, Justin, thank you. Concerns over the safety of children grows after a violent 2 days. The search this morning for the people accused of shooting 3 teens.
Uplifting Baltimore's Black Wall Street. Next, the steps you can follow to level up your small business. Thriving entrepreneurs are being highlighted in the city. 9/11. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Welcome back, everybody. Time right now is 9:14. Every month in our Creature Feature Spotlight, we share with you a brand new animal or animals. You got the skink? Okay, good.
Yeah, I got 'em.
And highlight the attributes and the fun facts. Jenny Egan back here with the Maryland Zoo. A prehensile-tailed skink, and you've got 3 of them?
We have 3 of them, and they are a family unit. So right here we have Pacific, who has decided that is going to be on top of baby Fig here.
Okay, baby Fig
and
going
then
underneath.
we've got, I'm sorry, we have Solomon here, Fig here, and Pacific is down here.
Yeah, and when you look at the screen, people watching at home going, what are you talking about? Where are the animals? That's that one right down there.
Yep, you can try to feed her if you want.
Okay, so while we're in on this shot, guys, hold on. Let me see if I can get this one to eat. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat a little something? Oh, yeah, that's good. Oh, yeah, very nice.
So they've got really sharp teeth, but they are omnivores, herbivores. So they only eat fruits and veggies out in the wild.
Interesting. What else is interesting about skinks? I mean, they're very interesting kind of creatures.
Yeah, so they're a reptile that care for their young as a family unit, which is very unusual for reptiles. They're also something called ovoviviparous, meaning that they have an egg, but they give live birth.
All right, hold on. You got to say that word again. That's an awesome word.
It is a big word. Ovoviviparous.
Ovoviviparous. I can never say it. It's a very cool word. Okay.
It is, yeah. And so baby Fig here is actually only 10 months old, but they are born about a third the size of the mom, which is insane.
Now, these have some crazy tails. How did the tail help climb trees?
So just like you kind of saw, she kind of took a tumble, but her tail caught her, so it acts like a fifth appendage. So they use that to really get around to hang out in trees, and they're arboreal, meaning that they only live in trees.
Now, I noticed the name Solomon and Pacific for a couple of them. Is that kind of where they hang out?
Yeah, so the Solomon Islands. So they're referred to as Solomon Island skinks or prehensile tail skinks, and that's near Australia.
Yeah.
So it's an island near Australia.
Now, why are they so rare?
Well, they're actually not super rare, but
okay,
it is hard to see them. And kind of like you can see on the camera, it's very difficult to actually find them out in the wild because they camouflage so well.
That's awesome. Maybe a lot of people like to do things with wild animals, but illegal completely to export them from the wild, obviously, but why?
Right, we wouldn't want to do that. We definitely want to always make sure that we're choosing sustainable pets and making sure that we know how to care for these animals.
Yeah.
We don't want to deplete their populations out in the wild.
So this one is eyeing me and wants some more food.
Yeah,
Can I
absolutely.
try one more time
Yeah,
while we
for sure.
have another shot?
I
keep forgetting the names of all of them. I know Fig is there.
Fig is there, yep.
Yeah.
This one's Pacific.
Right.
She is the female, and then we've got Solomon up here. He's the
girl
male.
wants to eat, yeah.
Yep, always.
She's getting her fiber in right now, which is good, especially after all the candy and everything. Jenny from the Maryland Zoo. So of course everybody can come and check out these skinks at any time during your opening hours, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got also zoo lights coming up pretty soon too.
Oh, zoo lights, very cool. I know we had Zoo Boo last week,
We did.
so a lot of fun. Jenny, thank you so much for being here. Our creature feature. Thanks so much for coming by. Which one you got? Oh, that's Fig right there. You had the tight shot of Fig. Fig doesn't want to do anything. She wants to kind of hang out.
Fig wants to hang out.
All right. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax, our Weather Authority forecast. Jasmine, these are really nice, cool animals over here.
They are so cool, and I'm sure everyone will enjoy seeing them at the zoo. If you plan on going today, it actually looks pretty nice for that despite the foggy start that we have to the morning. 59 for the current temperature, and notice that visibility down to 2 miles. So as you drive this morning, you may notice some areas of fog, but that will begin to clear a little later on today. We're not the only ones dealing with fog. Notice all of the areas in the yellows and the oranges and even a couple spots in red. That's where we have the lowest visibility, and that number less than a mile in some areas. But by the afternoon, expect brighter conditions, more sunshine. Current temperatures across the state are mainly in the 50s, a couple spots in the 60s, a little warmer toward the eastern shore and in southern Maryland. Compared to just 24 hours ago, we are seeing a nice warm up, and this continues into the afternoon. Temperatures will be above average, around 73 for that high temperature. Then numbers do slowly start to fall, but we stay above average as we head into Thursday. Notice temperatures then still in the upper 60s, and the weekend looks even better. Here's a look at what we have today. Notice those clouds gradually begin to depart, and we'll have more sunshine by the afternoon as temperatures reach the upper 60s through the low 70s. Then a few more clouds as we head into the evening, but you should have a nice and quiet commute and a quiet night. Then as we start the morning, we'll have plenty of sunshine with a few more clouds moving in a little bit later on in the day. High temperatures today around 73 with that fog in the morning, but sunshine by the afternoon. Then as we continue into Wednesday, temperatures around 71, 68 for the high temperature on Thursday. We will have plenty of sunshine as we move forward over the next few days. Then on Friday, temperatures again around 71, but we'll have more clouds move in. The big warm up does start after that. It looks great for the weekend if you're planning on spending any time outside. It'll be much warmer on Saturday with high temperatures around 74. Notice our average in the low 60s for this time of year. Now the above average temperatures continue on Sunday, and also remember to fall back. You get an extra hour of sleep. 75 for the high temperature on Sunday, another great day to spend outside. Then as we head into Monday, we're still keeping that nice and dry weather, and the above average temperatures will be in the mid 70s. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. We want to take you live to the Kennedy Space Center here this morning. Still a little foggy out there. We know a SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket is preparing to launch. We are now just 20 minutes away from that launch. We're going to keep you updated as the countdown ticks down. The purpose of this mission, by the way, is to deploy 2 spacecraft payloads into orbit here. So we'll see if things kick off here in 20 minutes. Again, a very cloudy start to the morning there.
The Baltimore Station Star Stripe and Chow Chili Cook-Off is going down at Camden Yards this weekend, but it's not all about the chili. We also got the pizza, too, other food. Wait a minute, the pizza. We'll talk about that coming up next, Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
9:23, and now to a bright spot for your Baltimore Workforce and Youth Development Organization is highlighting thriving entrepreneurs in the city. The Greater Baltimore Urban League is hosting its largest fundraising event to honor the evolution of Baltimore's Black Wall Street. President and CEO Tiffany Majors and the Entrepreneurship Director Charmaine Davis joining us to tell us all about it. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so first of all, we always want to start by talking about the Greater Baltimore Urban League and the work that you all are doing.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for having us. The Greater Baltimore Urban League is a nonprofit, nonpartisan
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday, starting a new month. It's November 1st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lowe. Max, trying to clear out from that fog.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of clearing. When I was driving in, I saw a little blue skies, and that's a positive sign. But as you drive this morning, still some areas with that reduced visibility. As you look over the background over Towson, you can actually see some areas of fog off in the distance. That visibility is down to 2 miles, but it will improve later today. The current temperature sits at 59, and across the state, we're not the only ones dealing with that low visibility. Western Maryland especially seeing some areas of fog. So again, make sure that you're driving safely on the roads. Meanwhile, temperatures not too bad. We are in the 50s and even in the 60s near Salisbury and Ocean City. Compared to average, though, we're in for another very, very warm day. Temperatures will be around 10 degrees above average for the first day of November. I'll let you know how long this warm trend lasts coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
9:31 now. We start this half hour in a city in crisis. Concerns about the safety of children. Children in Baltimore are growing after 3 teenagers are shot within hours of each other this weekend.
In all, 3 people were killed, 7 others shot.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from Southwest Baltimore with a closer look at the violence and the growing concerns from residents. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, that's exactly right. On Sunday, 3 teens were shot in separate shootings. One of the victims is a 16-year-old boy. He was shot in the head, and so far, though, no arrests have been made. But that 16-year-old boy was shot in the Penn Lucy neighborhood, which is in North Baltimore. And Fox 45 News spoke to a neighbor about the issue of teen violence. She asked to remain anonymous out of fear of retaliation. Take a listen.
I think the parents need to get involved. It's beyond the city council and the mayor. Like, we have to
9:38. It's So Baltimore. Support the Baltimore station and help raise money for homeless veterans.
This weekend, eat all you can and crown the best chili. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark getting a little taste of this competition at the Camden Yards with more on the event. How's it going, Mark?
Look, Megan and Patrice, it's all about the chili, but there's some pizza here. The pizza man, Joey, is here. And Joey, you're like the only pizza at the event.
Good morning. Yes, I am. Yep, Pizza di Joey food truck will be out here at Star Stripes and Chow Chili Edition this Saturday, November the 5th, to make Baltimore's best pizza for all of our supporters and those who are coming out to help our veterans.
And Joey, you're a veteran also.
Yes, I am. 14 years Navy. Go Navy.
So what's the secret here? Now, this is, you're the pizza, we call you the Pizza King. Why?
Well, I can't tell you the secret. It's classified. That's why.
Why do you win? Why are you? Always win.
Well, because we have the best ingredient, love. Now, we've got the best ingredients across the board. We make our dough in-house at our pizzeria over at Cross Street Market, Pizza di Joey. We use California tomatoes and grande cheese from Wisconsin. So great ingredients, good recipes, and a hard-working team.
So again, it's a great cause. Again, it's about the chili cook-off, but at the same time, it's about the veterans. Joey's here to support guys. A great weekend. The kids can come and have a great time. The adults can eat up all the food, and also it's for a great cause. So it's a win-win-win.
It sounds like it.
Yes, that looks delicious.
It's huge. All right, thanks, Mark. Well, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslink. 9:46. The days are numbered for anyone with outstanding video tolls to pay your balance without additional penalties.
In just under a month. Maryland drivers could see a hefty bill for unpaid fees.
Taylor Stewart joins us live with a message from Maryland transportation leaders. Taylor.
Yeah, if you've got any unpaid toll fees, let's let that truck go by, because you want to hear this warning. You've got literally 1 month left to pay those unpaid toll fees. Now, remember, the MTA issued a customer assistance program that was back in February. It stopped the accrual of any late fees. It helped drivers try to get ahead because they lagged behind because of the pandemic. And frankly, now that program's coming to an end. So you've got 1 month left to pay all of those fees. Take a listen to what leaders at the MTA are saying they are up against with this kind of backlog.
Back in August, we sent out Act Now letters to 1.3 million customers who had made no payments on their tolls to date since that program launched. That number now has grown to 1.7 million. So that's why we're here today, to make sure that these customers are aware
Now, this directly impacts drivers who do not have an easy pass. So you're going through those toll lanes and they're taking a video of your license plate. Now, keep in mind, you'll get no more forgiveness on those late fees, and the balances will be sent to collection. That begins on December 1st. This is your last warning, guys, so go ahead and get those fees. And they've already waived more than $500,000 in fees, so they're really expressing some urgency.
Oh, here's a look outside. It looks like they're setting up for ice skating.
Too soon, too soon.
It feels like it's a little too soon, especially with our temperatures today. It's not cold enough.
When did they start this? I didn't realize it was this early.
We
That's
started
what I'm
it
saying.
last
Too
week.
soon.
Wow.
But I guess you have to get it set up.
I guess so. But I mean, you look at the temperatures, 70s over the next several days. 73 for the high today, 71 tomorrow, brief drop into the 60s.
That weekend.
But then as we head into the weekend, absolutely gorgeous. 70s, not feeling like winter, but we are getting closer.
Now,
And
look,
more sleep.
You wanted to jump right into Christmas this morning, and now you're saying it's too soon to have that thing.
And you were trying to show.